Good evening, everyone, and thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone today to our business meeting. I am President Irene Bustamante Adams and call this regular board meeting of August 14, 2025 to order. The time is 5 p.m. I would like to remind everyone to silence your electronic devices. We acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the territorial homeland of the Nuwu, the Moapa Band of Paiutes, and the Las Vegas Band of Paiutes. Our opening item will start with our flag salute. Trustee Cavazos, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And we're going to have Clark High School present our colors. Like I said before, we are excited for back to school starting this week on Monday. Thank you for all of you that are attending our meeting today. Before I go into the adoption of the agenda, I just want to make a statement. And so I'm going to ask our legal counsel and our superintendent to also chime in. We did have an item on the agenda. And so I want to make sure that there's an understanding from the audience that we will not be hearing item 3.01 today, and that's the contract. That has been moved to another day. We had to make sure we abided by the open meeting law, and so because of that, we needed 3 days posting in advance, and so we will not hear that until next Tuesday, so hear it. Now, you can still do public comment on the removal of the action item, but not on the adoption of the agenda for the actual contract. You can stay for the entire meeting if you'd like, and we would welcome you to, for non-agenda items and talk about the contract at the end if you so desire. But I want to make sure I make the most use of your time. So, Superintendent Ebert, would you like to add anything?
Madam President, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, you have clearly explained why the item has been moved to make sure we had all of the backup materials to be able to have the public to view the materials in plenty of time and the board to make an informed decision.
Thank you. Legal counsel for the board, is there any comments you would like to make?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, you'll just need to make that motion to have the agenda approved with the removal.
Thank you. Legal counsel for this district, John, would you like to make any comments? Okay. So just so that you guys understand, we are going to be removing an item from the agenda, and that's 3.01. That is the contract with CCEA. We will not be discussing the content tonight. That'll be on next Tuesday on a special meeting at 5 p.m. The document for you to review has been posted, so you could go through it line by line. Tonight, if you want, you could do public comment on the removal of 3.01, but not the content. I hope that makes sense. And number two, you are welcome to stay. We do have a public comment at the end that is for non-agenda items. You could speak for your 3 minutes on content on 3.01. If you so desire to stay, please do. I'm going to take a 5-minute recess after the adoption of the agenda if anybody would like to leave. If not, we're so welcome to see you because the last board work session we had, there was one person in the audience. So we're happy to see your faces. Okay. I do have 2 people for the, no, that's for the consent. Adoption of the agenda. I do not see anybody. Vice President Zamora, do you? Nope. Okay. Trustee Biasotti, would you like to make a motion?
Madam President, members of the board, I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following changes. Additional reference material has been added for item 2.07, 2025C, medium-term bond resolution. Revised reference material has been added for item 2.10, licensed personnel employment. Reference material has been added for item 3.05, compliance monitoring update. Delete item 3.01, public hearing on and possible approval of the new 2025-2027 negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and the Clark County Education Association.
Thank you, Trustee Biasotti. Trustee Satori.
I second the motion.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. Before we take the vote, Mr. French, do we have Trustee Henry on the line? Great, thank you. All right, trustees, please cast your votes. Trustee Henry, for your vote?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Now we'll go to the consent agenda item. Before I open it, is there anyone that did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card? Okay, I have 2 people signed up. Ms. Cardell, it's good to see you. If you're first. Vicki? Oh, we have more people turning in. And then, I hope I pronounced the second name right. It starts with a Y. Yaritza? Did I say that right? Please correct me. Okay, Yaritza, you could come up. And Vicki, this is for consent agenda item. I have you down to signing that up for sign. Okay. I will take you off of this one and put you on 3.11. Okay. Yaritza, did you want to speak on the consent agenda item? Yes, okay. Just tell me your full name. You could go to this one right here.
My name is Yaritza Toche, and my daughter goes to Swinston Middle School. Okay, I'm just here to speak on behalf of CORE. I'm a little nervous, I apologize, but I want to just come let you guys know how important CORE has been to my daughter and to my family with itself. My daughter has been bullied in school since kindergarten. My daughter currently has IEP, she has special classes, kids find out and they make fun of her appearance and a lot of other things. When my daughter went to Swinston and I had Mr. Jose talk to me about CORE, at first I was reluctant. I was like, I don't want to put my daughter in another special program and have her continue to get bullied. But it was the best thing I could have done for my daughter. My daughter she's a person that's to herself, doesn't talk to anybody, doesn't really care to make friends. I'm her only friend, according to her. And her being in CORE at first, she was like, she hated me. And now she can't see herself without CORE. And I can't see my daughter without CORE. CORE has changed my daughter in ways that I can't even explain. She's more out there. I noticed a difference on how confident she is. Her schoolwork alone it's just been something that I can't even explain. My daughter went from not even understanding the word the or even the word I, from running to her core teachers, and they would give her the opportunity to be herself and explain to them, I can't read, I can't write, I have all these issues, and they helped her. So I feel like core is a true fundamental, and the fact that she can do this even going into high school is something that I feel my daughter can't go without. She can lose, like she says, friends, but she can't lose core. And that's something that to me and my family, and we see the difference in her, that we can't have her lose core as well. She's a different girl, and thanks to core, she is who she is today, and I am nothing but grateful to them. And she can't even see herself going into high school, knowing that she can still have these worries about getting bullied in school and things like that, and core makes her comfortable in her own self. I don't know how my daughter would succeed without core. So I appreciate you guys listening to me, but core is the best thing that has happened to my kid since I can remember. So I appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
I have two other people, Miss Trinity and Miss El Soy. I hope I said it right. I'm not taking any more public cards for the consent agenda. I just have Miss Trinity. She also wants to speak about 2.17 on core. And also, did I say the others? It's ELSOI? El Sol or El Soy? Did I say it right? Okay, nobody on that. And then, oh. Did I say it right? El Sol? Elsa. Thank you so much. Thank you. And then I have Shantasha. Okay, you will be closing out our consent agenda. So Ms. Trinity, please proceed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Trinity Young, and I am born and raised in Las Vegas. I'm currently finishing my third year at UNLV to achieve my bachelor's degree in the science of hospitality. I joined CORE in 2015 as it was recommended to me by a friend that was already in the program. It was described as somewhere many of my friends were going to relax and decompress after school, but it proved to be much more than that. I remember the application requiring each scholar to complete community service hours, and for some, this seemed like a liability at the time, but I found this to make the program even more enticing. CORE provided the opportunity to explore Las Vegas in a way many students do not get the chance to. They began a workshop that helped me curate my first 4-page long resume in the 9th grade, much of which was full of the countless volunteer events I had completed thus far. My love for volunteering has grown with me as I joined a volunteer group at UNLV in February of 2024 to travel to places like San Francisco to educate myself on the harm being done to members in LGBTQ+ and POC communities. In addition to volunteering, CORE provided me with multiple college tours. For example, about a week before 9th grade, I embarked on a journey with 5 other scholars throughout New York City and Washington, D.C. We toured colleges such as Georgetown, Howard University, and New York University. We visited monuments like the Statue of Liberty, Times Square, as well as the 86th floor of the Empire State Building. Later, in the winter of my senior year, I took a trip with CORE to visit Kentucky Wesleyan College. These in-depth tours were surreal experiences as they allowed my classmates and I to envision a life there and realize that places like New York and Washington, D.C. are not out of our reach. My family recognizes how much of an impact CORE has had on my personal and educational growth throughout middle and high school. And as I get older, I realize how delicate this time period is for adolescents, starting the 6th grade and so forth. It is a time where they need a lot of support and care and the correct people to teach them the skills needed to navigate high school, college, and life afterwards. While in CORE, the advisors I grew up with and the ones that watched me grow, I have considered stellar examples of guides that truly care. Being in CORE for over a decade has allowed me to see the coming and going of many advisors, but the traits I remember from each of them is how educated and supportive they were, including their influence in making CORE a safe space and allowing scholars to feel heard. CORE taught me the importance of having a third space, which is a phrase used to describe somewhere one can go and feel at home. It's a place that is not their house or their workplace, but a place to exchange ideas, have a good time, and build relationships. Here, I learned the key to succeeding is doing. I have never regretted any opportunity in CORE, and joining was one of the best decisions I could have made for myself during grade school. The donors and advocates that have dedicated their time and money into this program are extremely appreciated. They are what has made CORE a place for scholars to genuinely enjoy giving back to the Las Vegas community. The donors, along with the CORE administrators, are what helped make CORE my third place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Trinity. And just for the audience, I know we're missing our clerk. I know that she's online, but we are adjusting and trying to manage the clock, so thank you for allowing us that grace. Ms. Elsa, and then Shantasha will end our public comment. And so just for first timers here, there is a yellow card that you could fill out if you want to speak on an action item that's on the agenda. The staff up here in the front, you could give it to them as you fill it out. I will ask for those that want to speak on the action item, the goal is to turn it in advance, not last minute. So I will close it and not accept any other yellow cards. So thank you, Ms. Elsa. Please proceed.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm a parent, so I'm volunteer for CORE. I'll be there this program with 2018. My older son, he is studying. He did a program, recommended this program because they changed the life for my son, for I am. When I go to this program, I'm not speaking nothing English, but now I am. Their program helped me, my kid, I am. My son, he's studying computer science at UNLV. He's the first grade today, this year, but he needs to stay another grade, another year, 5 years he want to study for computer science plus math, and the budget we're getting is math too. I have another second boy, he's a corpsman, he's a military. He want to study for anesthesiology when he back to home. And next year he back to home. But I am on program encourage all the kids. I appreciate it because the kids need more education. They need to go to college. All the kids. So my third girl. Next 2 weeks, I'm gonna start for nurse. I want to start in nurse. I have another boy, he's 16 years old. He grade in 11, but I encourage for go to college too. So CORE for me it changed my life. I go to my English class. My kids encourage for college. So another foundation, this is Royal Foundation, then help CORE too. So I like the program CORE for a community in North Las Vegas because all the families is that the income is less. But all the kids need to go to opportunity to go to school. Everybody, no, and Henderson, Vegas, North Las Vegas, Summerlin, every place for the state Nevada, because in America need people, doctor, nurse. This is business everywhere. Politically, this is my story for my family.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Next, and our last person, Shantasha. Ms. Shantasha. And she is addressing item 2.17.
I'm so nervous.
You're doing well. It's all good.
But this is very important to me.
Thank
Okay.
you for being here.
So I'd like to say good evening to everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Shantasha Burrell, and I'm the grandmother of Kenya Burrell. She goes to Swenson Middle School, where she attends CORE, and I'd like to tell y'all about our story. I'm here today, not just as a concerned citizen, but as a grandmother of Kenya Burrell, a bright, resilient young student who has struggled deeply with her mental illness. Kenya has had harmful thoughts of hurting herself and feeling overwhelmed with emotions that she couldn't handle alone. We didn't know who to turn to, and actually, she did it. She went to the court staff, and she told them what she was going through. And they got her the help that she needed. They got me the help that I needed to go through this with her. They've been there every step of the way. Okay, I came off of what I was saying. Okay. They hooked us up with a mental crisis team, and they have responded immediately. They offer compassion, structure, professional support. They didn't just help Kenya through a difficult moment. They became her support team. And they've done the same for countless of other students who may otherwise just fail through the cracks. Since gaining access to core members, the staff, and resources, Kenya has remarkably progressed. She's more confident. She's more focused. She's more hopeful. She engaged in her academics, and she went from being a F student to A's and B's in a year and a half that those ladies sat after school and worked with her, along with us as her family. She come from a big family. So we all pulled together. We kept in communicating. They called me every week to keep up with what's going on with Kenya because Kenya was too afraid to talk to the staff. Not only with the staff, our counselors that we have, they're being stretched thin. They're balancing paperwork and caseloads and administrating demand that sometimes that our students with their quiet cries are not being heard. But CORE listen. They show up and they save our children's lives. So I'm just asking you guys today, just like every other parent, just to vote for this CORE program. We need it. Our children need this. It's a support that
Thank you. I'm sorry, Miss Shantasha. That ends our time, but I want to thank you for being here, and we heard your message. Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda. Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, at this moment, I'd like to pull item 2.20 from the consent agenda and approve the rest of the agenda.
Okay, I have a motion to pull 2.20 of the consent agenda. And Ms. Trustee Dominguez, do you want to pull the item for discussion, correct?
Discussion and possible action, because we'd have to approve it.
Okay, discussion
right?
and possible action. Thank you so much. Trustee Biasotti.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So I have to go with the first motion on the floor, which is to approve the consent agenda, but to pull 2.20. Is that what your motion is?
No, I will wait.
Okay. Do I have a second to pull on the first motion, which is to pull 2.20? Okay, seeing Trustee Cavazos.
I will second that motion.
Okay, I have a first and a second to pull item 2.20. Would you please cast your votes? Trustee Henry.
Aye.
Okay, so that is 3 to 4, so that motion passes. Does not pass. Do I have another motion on the floor? I have to wait for the screen to come up. Trustee Biassatti.
I would like to reiterate my motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan.
I will second that motion.
I have a first and a second. Please cast your votes. Trustee Henry.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-1. We will go ahead and move to Trustee, or, one moment. Trustee Henry, are you going to read the warrants, or did we assign? Oh, yes. Trustee Henry, will you please read the warrants?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. The ratified warrants are listed in the bills payable, transmittal, and board memorandum number 2-25-26 in the total amount of $419,591,353.19.
Thank you, Trustee Henry. We're going to go ahead and move to item 3.02. For those of you that may have not been in the audience when we opened up the meeting, item 3.01 got removed. And so that will be discussed on a special meeting on next week on Tuesday, August the 19th at 5 p.m. We will go ahead and move to item 3.02. Madam Superintendent, this is a discussion and action, and I'm not sure which one of your team members will be presenting. No, yeah, I was going to take a recess, but nobody seems to be moving, so it's all good. Oh, the core people are ready? Okay, 2-minute recess as individuals exit, and that'll get us ready for the next presentation. 2 minutes. Back to our business meeting. We're going to be going to item 3.02. Before I open it, is there anyone that did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card? It's the yellow card. Okay, I'm closing it. I do have some people that want to speak on item 3.02. And we are sorting through that as we speak, but,
Amy Manning?
yeah, I have her. Is she the only one? Okay, Ms. Sear, if you would like to proceed.
Sorry. Madam President, Trustees, Superintendent Ebert, my name is Kirsten Sear, Chief Community Engagement Officer. This item is considering the school name committee's recommendation to rename the Healing Center School at St. Jude's Ranch for Children to the Amy Ayoub Academy of Hope. This school offers a unique, trauma-informed educational environment for children who are victims of sex trafficking, and it welcomed its first students in January 2025. The proposed namesake, Amy Ayoub, is a lifelong Las Vegan, a successful business owner, and a tireless advocate for Nevada's most vulnerable residents. A trafficking survivor herself, Ms. Ayoub courageously shared her personal story for the first time publicly in 2013 while testifying before the Nevada legislature in support of AB 67, which strengthened penalties against traffickers. Her story is a powerful example of resilience and turning personal adversity into triumph. Ms. Ayoub has been a champion of the Healing Center since its beginning, and critically, she facilitated the initial meeting between St. Jude's Ranch for Children CEO Christina Vela and former CCSD leadership, which led to the creation of this first of its kind in the nation school partnership. With strong support from the St. Jude's community, naming this facility the Amy Ayoub Academy of Hope is a fitting tribute to her advocacy and will serve as a lasting symbol of resilience and empowerment for every student.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do you want to add anything? No need to? Okay. I am going to ask for those that want to ask any questions from the trustees. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan.
I am elated about this because I had the opportunity with the previous trustee that served in that district. Trustee Guzman and I went and did a site visit. And I just want to say thank you. And I do have a question because we just opened. How many students are we serving at this time for this school year?
We have the
They are
principal of the
phoning a
school here.
friend. Phone a friend. Come on
We're bringing in
down.
the expert. That's what we're doing.
Phone a friend. Just state your name for the record.
Hi, good evening. Amy Manning, principal of the Healing Center School. Thank you. We currently have 5 students enrolled. Last year we serviced 7 students. We have a slow rollout as the houses in the center have to be licensed through the Clark County Services Department. And that's a part that St. Jude's has to, it's very laborious. So the slow rollout has been beneficial though, because we are really learning a lot of lessons.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
I just wanted to say that we also, besides the Principal Manning here, we also have Christina Vela, the CEO of the Healing Ranch. And I just wanted to say that this is an unbelievable honor at this time to be able to do this for Amy. Her coaching and her willingness to share, I don't know, I guess we could say her story, which was very difficult, has made such an impact on so many lives. So I just wanted to add that, and if no one else was ready to make a motion, I would like to make a motion for this, but I will hold off.
Thank you. Trustee Stevens?
I just wanted to comment that I'm really excited about this. If you've never heard Amy Ayoub's story, you're definitely missing out. They actually made a movie about her. You can look it up. So this is I know it's a huge honor for her. I just think that this is an amazing thing since she's been such a huge advocate for this community. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you so much. And I have no other questions. I have Ms. Manning for you for public comment and Ms. Christina Bella, if you guys like to come up. Do you want, yes, you could go to that one. And then Nate, is that microphone working? Okay.
Yep.
Ms. Christina, if you could come up. Please proceed.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Amy Manning, proud principal of the Healing Center School at St. Jude's Ranch for Children for the record. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak before you today about my unique and special school. I would like to start with answering the most common question I get. Are there really that many children in need for a special school like this? Sadly, the truthful answer is yes, it is very common. In 2021, human trafficking became the most pervasive criminal activity worldwide, and it ranks as the second most profitable criminal enterprise, sharing the ranking with illegal arms trafficking. Nevada specifically ranks as the #1 state with the largest amount of victims per 100,000 people, with the vast majority of human trafficking being sex trafficking. Every child who has walked through our door is a Clark County resident, and the amount of trauma victims experience takes them on a hard, lifelong journey of moving from victim to survivor. Their stories are profound, but their resiliency is their greatest trait. Given those staggering numbers, it was important to the leadership team of St. Jude's Ranch for Children, myself, and my staff to pick a namesake for our school of someone who was homegrown, has been through the personal experiences of trafficking, and exemplifies what it means to go from personal adversity into personal triumph. Unanimously, all stakeholders, without question, agree that Amy Ayub should be our honoree. Amy has an impressive resume of accomplishments and contributions to our community that showcase how deserving of this honor she is. But what makes her the best person for this namesake is her bold testimony in February 2013 against the new law for AB 67. Her bravery, along with all of that, helped increase the penalties for those who are convicted of sex trafficking. She has demonstrated again and again her commitment to support the victims in the anti-trafficking community. She is a role model for our young students who have endured years of abuse and violence, and how their past does not define their tomorrow or their future years. She has the ability to empathize with our students, which is something our staff cannot do. And her being a specific spotlight in our building is the piece of the puzzle we are currently missing. Amy is truly an amazing human being, a warrior for those affected by sex trafficking, and a deserving person of an honor of this magnitude, even when she does not believe that. I know right now she is sitting at home watching this, eating her Rocky Road ice cream, and now shaking her head at me that I said that, and still wondering, how is this happening? I also know that her sister Ellen is smiling ear to ear in New Jersey as she watches this, anxiously awaiting the outcome of your vote. With your approval tonight, we'll rename our school the Amy Ayub Academy of Hope. Will solidify Amy's legacy to our community and provide an example for our students that we serve that there is still hope in their future, and they are warriors just like her. From my entire Healing Center school staff and myself, thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Christina.
Good afternoon, esteemed President and members of the Board of Trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Cristina Vela, and I am the CEO of St. Jude's Ranch for Children, and I'm here to express my incredible support for renaming of the school at the Healing Center to the Amy Ayub Academy of Hope. This proposal reflects so much more than just a name change. It embodies powerful commitment to our community's most vulnerable children. St. Jude's Ranch for Children has been a beacon of hope for youth who have faced unimaginable challenges of child sex trafficking, offering them a safe haven and the resources they need to heal and thrive. Our mission is rooted in compassion, resilience, and empowerment. Our audacious vision is to break the cycle of abuse, exploitation, and hopelessness by creating pathways to hope and healing. The name Amy Ayub Academy of Hope honors not only the extraordinary contributions of Amy in our community, but also symbolizes the hope that education can provide. For many of the children at the Healing Center, this academy will serve as a transformative space where they can regain confidence and discover their potential. It will be a place dedicated to nurturing their dreams and ambitions while ensuring that the support that they need emotionally and academically is available. St. Jude's Ranch for Children stands as a pillar of strength and as a partner in this initiative. I am so incredibly proud of what we have created and this environment that encourages learning and growth. So thank you all to Clark County School District for partnering with us. A safe place where every child feels valued and has the chance to succeed. The renaming of the school will bring together staff and students and our community to celebrate education and the healing process, reinforcing the idea that hope is alive in our community. Moreover, naming the academy after Amy sends a message of possibility and hope to all children and families we serve. It reminds us that with the right support and resources, every child can overcome adversity and find their path to success. Amy has taught me and many in this community many important lessons, but none as important as the power of a hug, how shame loses its power when it's spoken, and that courage shows up in incredible ways. So these are all the values that the victims of sex trafficking deserve to be surrounded with. And thank you, Clark County School District, for helping us create such a special place. I urge each of you to support this renaming initiative. Let's come together to affirm our commitment to our children's future and honor those who have dedicated their lives to nurturing hope in our community. Together, we can make the Amy Ayoub Academy of Hope a reality and an inspiration for all. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Seeing no others in public comment, Trustee Cavazos, I will entertain your motion.
Sorry. Madam President, I would like to defer to Trustee Stevens. If she would like to make the motion, I would be happy to second it, as this amazing school is in her district.
Thank you. Trustee Stevens.
Oh, I'm so proud to do this. Thank you. I would like to make a motion to approve the renaming of the Healing Center to the Amy Ayoub Academy of Hope.
Thank you. I have a first from Trustee Stevens. Trustee Cavazos.
And I will second that motion.
Thank you, and I would like to thank Trustee Henry for chairing the committee. And so please cast your votes. Trustee Henry.
I approve.
That motion passes 7-0. Thank you so much. We will move now to item 3.02, the renaming of the School for Academic Excellence at 3.03. Sorry. Charles West Hall Preparatory Institute. This is discussion and possible action. Ms. Sear, please take it away.
Madam President, Trustee Superintendent Ebert, Kirsten Sear for the record. This item is considering the School Name Committee's recommendation to rename the School for Academic Excellence at Charles I. West Hall Preparatory Institute to the Dr. Charles I. West Preparatory Academy. This proposal aims to better honor the legacy of Dr. Charles I. West, a trailblazer who was the first African-American physician and surgeon licensed in Nevada. The current name is long and is often shortened to West Prep, which diminishes the focus on Dr. West's significant contributions. The proposed change addresses this by making the name more concise and memorable, and by moving Dr. West's name to the beginning. Crucially, it adds his earned title of doctor, recognizing his professional accomplishments and his role as a civil rights advocate in our community. Changing institute to academy also better reflects the school's mission of academic excellence and aligns it with other prestigious preparatory institutions. This name change has received strong support from school leadership, community leaders, and the family of Dr. West, including his granddaughter, who is an educator at the school. By adopting the name Dr. Charles I. West Preparatory Academy, we will not only honor a pivotal figure in Nevada's history, but also provide a name that inspires a sense of pride, perseverance, and progress in our staff and students.
Thank you. Before we go on for discussion, is there anyone that did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card? I do have 3. Mr. Johnson, Miss McKnight, and Miss Barker. That's all I have. Anybody else? Okay, I'll close that. First, I'll take discussion. Any questions from the trustees? Trustee Henry, any questions from you?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much. I don't have any questions. I'm just delighted that this is finally happening and that it has had overwhelming support from the community. And so when it is time, I would like to make a motion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson, if you could come up. Oh, Trustee Barron, I'm sorry. Do you have a question?
No, I just, this is something that I think that it's very important for our community. I'd just like to point out that Dr. West's son, Charles, he was in the very first class at Rancho High School way back in 1954. Go Rams.
1954, there you go. Okay, I have Mr. Johnson, and then I also have another podium. Ms. McKnight, are you in the audience? There's a podium right here next to my right. So, Mr. Johnson, please proceed.
Okay. Good evening, members of the school board and the president. My name is James Johnson, and I'm a proud student at West Prep. I participate in leadership, and I'm very involved. I'm here today to share why I believe our school should be renamed Dr. Charles I. West Preparatory Academy. Dr. West broke barriers as the first African-American doctor in Southern Nevada, serving people in our community when others wouldn't. He showed courage, compassion, and other beliefs that deserves the most care and respect that kind role models we need as students. When we talk into our school named after being Dr. West, it will remind us that he had no dream is too big and no obstacle is too great. His story inspired us to do work hard, help others, and make a difference just like he did. Please vote yes into honor Dr. Charles I. West and make his name part of our daily lives at school. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here, Ms. McKnight, and then also Ms. What is it? Barker. Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Good evening, trustees and community members. My name is Lakai McKnight, and I am a 7th grader at West Prep. I am honored to speak to you tonight about renaming our school to Dr. Charles I. West Preparatory Academy. Dr. West's life teaches us that success isn't just about personal achievement. It is about using your skills to lift others up. He cared for people from all walks of life, even when the world around him wasn't always fair. His example shows me and all of us the power of perseverance, kindness, and service. Having our school named after Dr. West would make me feel proud to say where I go to school. It would also remind future students that they are capable of breaking barriers and creating positive change just like Dr. West. I hope you choose to honor his legacy and inspire generations of students by approving this name change. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Ms. Barker, Principal Barker.
Testing. Good evening, trustees and members of the community. It is my pleasure and privilege to speak to you today to support this recommendation to rename our school Dr. Charles I. West Preparatory Academy. Since I've entered the halls of this school, I have seen that legacy and communicated that this individual, which you will have an historical moment on your end, to be able to name this school, rename it, to honor him, who is a symbolic individual in our community. It is a daily reminder for all of us and our students of what is possible when education, determination, and compassion come together. This name will inspire our students, our community, to see themselves as leaders, innovators, and change makers, just as Dr. West was in his own time. I ask that you approve this recommendation unanimously so that every student who walks through our doors will carry forward the legacy of Dr. Charles I. West, and they will know they were a part of something greater than themselves. Thank you for your time this evening, Principal Nakia Barker.
Thank you so much. Trustee Henry, I will entertain your motion.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I would like to make a motion to approve the renaming of the School for Academic Excellence at Charles I. West Hall Preparatory Institute to the Dr. Charles I. West Preparatory Academy.
Thank you. Trustee Barron?
Second.
I have a first and a second. Can you please cast your votes? Trustee Henry?
I wholeheartedly approve.
Thank you. That motion passes 7-0. Next, I have item 3.04, discussion and possible action on the recommendation from the School Naming Committee to rename Building 2 of the Dr. Beth Howe Center. And so, Ms. Sear.
Madam President.
Wait, sorry. Thank you, Vice President. Before I open up the item, is there anybody that has not completed a public speaker card? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close that. I do have somebody in public comment. Please proceed.
Madam President, Trustees, Superintendent Ebert, Kirsten Sear for the record. The last naming item is considering the School Name Committee's recommendation to name Building 2 of the Dr. Beth Howe Center in honor of Yvette Wintermute, a dedicated and beloved educator who passed away. Miss Wintermute had a long and distinguished career with the Clark County School District, starting as a school nurse and then dedicating over 2 decades to education. She held various roles, including Health Services Coordinator, Director, and finally Chief Nurse. And she was known for her leadership, mentorship, and unwavering commitment to students. Yvette Wintermute was not only a respected professional, but also a cherished member of her community. She is a daughter, sister, wife, and aunt who brought joy to those around her. Her career included serving as a registered nurse in the maternal and infant unit and a mentor to new staff and student nurses before transitioning to education. The proposal to name Building 2 the Yvette Wintermute Building has received widespread support from many colleagues who highlighted Ms. Wintermute's legacy of service and leadership. This dedication would honor her memory and serve as a lasting inspiration to the students of CCSD and to her colleagues at the Dr. Beth Howe Center.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the trustees? Trustee Henry, any questions from you?
No questions. Thank you.
Trustee Esparza-Stroffigan.
I know we have to wait for public comment, but I don't want to lose this moment to getting a little emotional. I was a former principal in the high school during COVID, and Yvette Wintermuth was essential and vital to our community in providing such uncertain times, just a calmness, just such dedication, and talk about 24/7 service. Yvette did not stop. And so I will tell you that many of the frontline workers that we had at the time, the nurses in the building, were courageous as she was, and she was the leader during that time that was very difficult for all of us. So I am very, very glad that we are going to honor her, her life and her legacy and her service that she has given to us. And I just felt like I needed to express some of that.
Thank you so much. Trustee Biasotti?
I was going to make a motion.
Okay, I'll hold on to that. Come back to you, Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, and thank you, Trustee Esparza-Stroffigan, for bringing that up. There is part of, in the reference materials, if you look at all of the materials, there's one part there where it shows, I believe, when she graduated with her nursing degree. And I'm paraphrasing here because I don't have my laptop here in front of me, but I believe it says something along the lines of, I became a nurse because your life matters to me. Is that correct, Kristen? She's looking at me. So it kind of sums up her leadership and her caring for others. And it was not just during COVID, where she really was a beacon of calmness, but it was during her entire life. And I shared this at the school naming committee when I asked her, she asked me once, how was I doing? I said, how are you doing? And she said that she missed her dogs. And she missed her dogs a lot. And I wasn't sure, did you say your dogs? She says, yes. My husband too, but I miss my dogs. And so I just want to say that she was just a very approachable individual, and she was there when you needed her.
Thank you so much. Trustee Henry, did I already ask you if you had a question? I got lost in the moment. So I have
You
one.
did.
Okay, thank you. I have one person for public comment. I don't know if it's Cherie or Sherry McPartland. Please correct me on the record with your.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. My name is Sherry McPartland, and I have proudly served the Clark County School District for the last 26 years as a school nurse, a health services director, and currently with great honor and privilege as the CCSD chief nurse. On November 13th, 2020, at the height of the pandemic, Yvette Wintermute passed away suddenly. Yvette, too, had served this district as a school nurse, a health services director, and ultimately as the chief nurse. She was not only a dedicated leader, but a mentor and a friend to everyone who had the privilege of working with her. Yvette was one of the first to step up for our schools and students during the COVID-19 crisis, demonstrating fearless strength, unwavering dedication, and true leadership when it was needed most. To give you a sense of the work of the Health Services Department, our school nurses support every student in the district. Last year alone, over 500,000 daily medications and medical procedures were administered, each representing a direct interaction between a student and the member of the health office team. Beyond routine care, school nurses respond daily to everything from minor injuries to life-threatening emergencies, often serving as the true first responder on a campus. Tonight, I humbly stand before you to express not only my personal support, but also the overwhelming support of over 350 school nurses, support professionals, and administrators in the Health Services Department. Together, we respectfully request the Building 2 of the Dr. Beth House Center be renamed to the Wintermute Building, the Yvette Wintermute Building, in honor of her extraordinary leadership, dedication, and lasting impact on the Clark County School District and the Las Vegas community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And then for Trustee Henry that couldn't, that's online, there are about 12, 15 other individuals standing up in support. So thank you for being here. Seeing no other public comment, then I would like to entertain your motion, Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to give this opportunity to Trustee Esparza-Strofigan because of such a special memory that you have tied into this story.
Thank you. I appreciate that respect. Trustee Esparza-Strofigan.
Madam President, I would like to make a motion to accept 3.04 to rename the Building 2 of the Dr. Beth House Center to Yvette Wintermute.
Thank you, Building. Do I have a second? Trustee Biasotti.
I will second that motion.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. Please cast your votes. Trustee Henry.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to 3.05, our compliance monitoring report. If you have not heard an update, this is one that you want to hear. I hope you get a clap. I hope you get a clap, Ms. Key. Give me just 1 minute as we allow people to exit the building. Thank you so much for being here.
I'm glad she's being honored.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and come back. We're going to take on item 3.05, our compliance monitoring update from Ms. Keene. Before I open that, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card? Okay, seeing none, I'll go closing that. Do we have anybody in the queue? No. Okay. Ms. Keene, please proceed.
Hi, good evening.
Madam President, Bustamante Adams, trustees, and Superintendent Ebert. For the record, I am Yolanda King, and I am the compliance monitor for the Clark County School District. And the presentation before you today will provide an overview of my final assessment of the Clark County School District's implementation of their corrective action plan. The update this evening will summarize and review for you across it's actually three key areas instead of four that's noted on the screen. The first being, I will provide a progress report on each of the action steps that are in the corrective action plan. I will provide my assessment and the completion status of each of those plans. Next, I want to also provide an overview for you with regard to the notable achievements that have been made by the Clark County School District, and just really highlight some key accomplishments and improvements that we have made or they have made through this process. And then finally, some recommended next steps. So the recommended next steps are going to be the strategies that are intended to support long-term sustained improvement as well as accountability. For this agenda item, I do want to point out for you the backup materials that are included as part of the agenda item. There is a letter and executive summary submitted to the State Superintendent of Public Education, which is presenting my assessment of CCSD's implementation of its corrective action plan. There's also another document in there that's the detailed assessment report, which is evaluating all 29 action steps, problem statement, root causes that are a part of that corrective action plan. And then it also includes detailed backup with regard to recommendations for addressing those action steps that are partially complete or incomplete, as well as I mentioned earlier, some suggestions for long-term sustainability improvement and accountability. And then lastly, there is a condensed 6-page summary that serves really as a quick reference guide, noting the completion status and highlighting 1 to 2 of those key priority next steps. So to provide some context on how we got here, or how we got to where we are today, you will recall in November of 2024 that the State Superintendent of Public Education requested that the Clark County School District provide a plan of corrective action to respond to the district's noncompliance with NRS 387 and NRS 388G. Additionally, the state superintendent also appointed me as a compliance monitor, in which I was assigned to oversee, support, and assist CCSD with the corrective action plan, its implementation, and the review of the reporting of such implementation. So in the corrective action plan, the Clark County School District identified 2 problem statements with multiple root causes. Problem statement number 1 and its root causes primarily focused on the lack of ownership, monitoring, accountability, and compliance in developing school budgets. The second problem statement highlights, at that time, the district's lack of formal processes and procedures for managing updated financial data. And obviously, this can cause a negative impact with schools in receiving outdated or incomplete budget information or even underestimating employee costs. Next, I'd like to provide for you information that I've laid out that just kind of walks through the evaluation methods that I used to assess the completion of each action step. So my review included reviewing the detail or in detail reviewing and evaluating each action step to determine if the action step had been fully implemented. The review also outlines next steps to support sustainable improvements, as well as next steps to complete any of the unfinished items. So the methodology or some of the items that were used in assessing the completion of the action steps included reviewing documentation that was provided by the school district, participating in leadership meetings, evaluating with, meeting with staff and stakeholders, as well as evaluating staffing models and budget development and monitoring processes. I also want to note that while each action step was reviewed for completion, the determination of the completeness also considered whether the step addressed the problem statement, the identified root causes, and that it met the goals as established in the corrective action plan. The corrective action plan included a total of 29 steps. Again, I reviewed each step with the provided documentation and then rendered an opinion as to the completion of each of the steps. And so of the 29 action steps, 22 were complete, 5 were partially completed, and 2 were incomplete. And please note that the items, for the majority of those items that were deemed partially complete or incomplete, those action steps were dependent upon the hiring of a CFO. And that individual, as you know, was hired on and started July 15th, from my understanding. Also, in reviewing the school district's corrective action plan, I wanted to really highlight for you as well as the public some of those notable achievements, and I have mentioned these in the past, and also really want to commend the staff for where they've come in a short amount of time, and it's just a commendable achievement that I think that should definitely be recognized. For the main part, these achievements focused on enhanced collaboration, improved decision-making, financial transparency, and even to the point where we were able to automate school-level budgeting processes. So specifically, at a high level, these process improvements included, again, hiring the chief financial officer, implementing an automated system to track the carry-forward dollars, implementing an automated budget forecasting system, restructuring the executive and the extended leadership team meetings, most importantly to promote cross-functionality and collaboration amongst the various teams within the district. And then lastly, there was a district-wide decision-making project framework that was created, and particularly for the improvement of transparency and, again, communication. Please note that on this slide, I have provided for you page references that cite and corresponds to the page numbers of the detailed completed assessment report. Next, moving on to provide some detailed context with each of the recommended next steps. Yes, progress has been made, but I do believe in reviewing and just assessing, from my point of view, that there are some key priorities, or key next steps that remain that will, if nothing else, continue to improve the efforts that the school district is making. So the following recommended next steps, they're a critical focus, I believe, in going forward. These areas are intended, again, to help CCSD with completing the complete and the partially incomplete and the partially complete action steps, and once again, making sure that there's some sustained long-term improvement and transparency. Please note that these recommendations do not include the complete list of all the recommended next steps that are in the detailed report. Again, that information can be found in the detailed action report that's provided for you. And with each of these bullet points, I'll get into some more detail, but just at a very high level at this point, those opportunities include restructuring the finance and the budget unit, continuing to enhance the budget forecasting system, implementing a zero-based budgeting for central unit budgets, making sure that the making sure that carry forward management funds, that that there is a process to be able to demonstrate the impact on student outcomes, strengthening the budget guidance by ensuring that the principals have the support that they needed when developing their budgets, enhancing financial oversight with the Board of Trustees and the executive leadership team, implementing and funding a funding reserve strategy for insurance and litigation, and then lastly, improve transparency in the school organization teams. So the first recommendation that's highlighted here is the finance and the budget unit and restructuring that unit. And I do want to step back a little bit. I know we've had a few conversations with regard to some of the best practices and where CCSD was prior to AB 469 and where we are today, and the budgeting process and how that is made up, and how we are now dealing with the how the decentralization of the budgets are within the schools. So this is just background stating that in 2017, the AB 469 really transitioned the budget process from a centralized to a decentralized process. We also talked about what it looked like pre-AB 469, and that before AB 469, the district was the main decision maker with regard to the authority over funding allocations. And then post AB 469, it's the individual schools now have more autonomy over their finances and their resources. And, essentially this is to allow principals to make those financing decisions based upon the specific needs of those local school precincts. We also discussed that, with the decentralized process, that it is even more important to have, strong budget controls, simply because now you have the disbursement of all those budgets within the 370 plus schools, and those controls obviously need to be monitored more in depth than they were when it was centralized. So after transitioning from a centralized to a decentralized budgeting model, it is my opinion that the school district did not adequately adopt its budgeting processes and practices to align with that decentralized environment. I also believe that the school district did not sufficiently realign its finance and its budget staff structure to ensure that there was dedicated financial expertise to support, or dedicated financial expertise available to support all the schools. Obviously, the challenge with this is that school principals may lack the technical expertise or the experience to develop and manage school budgets in line with district standards, as well as in compliance with NRS 388G. So restructuring the finance and the budget unit is needed for sure to give the principals reliable access to for developing and managing their school budgets. So the recommended next step for that restructuring of the finance and budget unit is simply establishing budget liaisons for schools. This recommendation will really require a phased approach, as the current staffing is and would be insufficient to be able to provide support to not only the 375 schools, from my understanding right now, but also provide support to all of the central budget units. And then to give you some background of the finance and the budget unit staff, there is currently a staff of 14, of which 2 of those positions are management positions. 1 is a director and 1 is a budget manager. So that leaves you 12 individuals who would then be responsible for having or be dedicated to those schools. And as you can imagine, that would probably be, the workload for them would be a great deal, just because there would be so many schools assigned. And so that's the reason why I am also suggesting that there needs to be further evaluation of this and a determination of what exactly those resources that will be needed, and the fact that it will also will be something that needs to be phased in, it'll need to be phased in order for us to determine exactly what staff, the adequacy of what staff is needed for providing liaisons to those schools. And then also I want to note for those 12 remaining positions is that they have working titles that reflect their primary responsibilities. Not every individual have the same responsibilities. There's no cross-training or hasn't been cross-training. And so you have some of those individuals that are specifically just focused on financial reporting and compliance. You have others that are budget analysts that assist in budget preparation and monitoring, as well as providing some data analysis. And then you have some that do directly support the schools through like a help desk type function. So I just wanted to provide the reason for this recommendation and give you some background with regard to the current staffing and then the need to evaluate the resources that would be needed if the district were to implement this budget liaison model across for support, really, for the principals. It's also important to note that assigning budget liaisons to the schools is not intended to take away the autonomy of the schools that the schools have with their budgets. It is simply to provide support, direct support for principals when they're developing and monitoring their budgets, as well as ensuring that their budgets comply with the regulations and the statutes. The next recommended next step is the budget forecasting, and again, wanted to providing some background information for you. We've already discussed the budget forecasting and what it's looked like with regard to being a financial process for the school district. Want to also reiterate to you that the budget, it's a financial plan. It does what it's supposed to do, and it's estimating exactly the revenues and the expenses that are expected to be spent or revenues received over the next fiscal year, and it's a guiding plan for the district, in terms of how and where those resources are going. We have also discussed that the salaries and the benefits portion of the forecasting is the largest part of the budget. There was a manual process through an Excel spreadsheet that was being used to forecast over 40,000 employees, as well as involving detailed calculations for wages, for special pays, for benefits in accordance with the various collective bargaining agreements that you have here in the district. And so obviously the manual process through the Excel spreadsheet causes challenges, especially in a large system like the Clark County School District, because there's a chance for a higher risk for errors to occur. It limits your scenario modeling, and then there's really lack of real-time data that may be needed when you're trying to figure out and estimate what's available for your budgets and going forward. So for what I'm recommending, and again, I want to note that the Clark County School District has reviewed a system, has done the due diligence and selected a system. It's the UNA Sherpa system, budgeting system. And so they are in the process of implementing an automated forecasting system that is anticipated to be used for the 2027 budget cycle. And the major steps in implementing that software, from my understanding, is expected to be wrapping up completed by the end of October. So it's a very quick turnaround for them. The goal of this recommended next step is really for the district to thoroughly analyze and compare actual position costs with forecasted cost, and to identify within those projections costs that we have in the past not been able to forecast for because we were using the Excel spreadsheet. And then maybe this new software system will be able to accommodate those gaps and we will have a more accurate accounting of what those forecasts look like. So there needs to be a thorough review of what they used to do, what the new system looks like, identify new gaps, and then build in any additional forecasting expenses that, again, we were not able to forecast because lack of the ability to do that in the Excel spreadsheet. Next, I have the zero-based budgeting for central units. So this side provides information about how central budget units are how they evaluate and revise their budgets. The CCSD relies on their central units essentially to self-assess whether their current allocations and the next year projections are either over or understated. And so the budget adjustments, if there are budget adjustments that need to be made, then those units make those requests. But again, they're assessing whether those budget line items are either over or understated. And so this lacks the consistency with utilizing data to drive what those decisions are with regard to over or understating their line items. And then also, not saying that this is happening, but it just eliminates the fact that there's accumulation of hoarding of funds when in fact, if it hasn't been evaluated in many, many years, it's probably time to do a reset of what those budgets look like on those central units. And some examples of the central budget units are really generally your administrative functions, which include business and finance, HR, communications, facilities, information technology, and purchasing. And I do believe that there are some instructional units that are considered central budget units. That would really be up to the district if they would want for those units to reset their budgets at a zero-based budget. And so what I am proposing here is that the reset of those budgets is just for the 1 year. It's for 2027, and it's essentially to start with really no approved funding and adjust and allow for those departments to request for the expenses, that there be data validation, and really a review of what the historical spending has looked like with regard to those central budget units. This method is really intended to realign those budgets with the priorities of the school district. Again, as I mentioned, I don't know if it's been done, if it has been done, how long ago this resets of these budgets. I don't know the history of if it's ever been done, and if so, how long ago. Next, I want to provide for you the carry forward funds management recommended next steps. Taking you back a little bit, we talked about carry forward. We talked about where carry forward dollars come from. And we also discussed the purpose of carry forward really is for use of, it's really a temporary funding mechanism or funding source. And so using carry forward dollars, which is a temporary source of funds for permanent ongoing expenses, I did caution you that at some point when those dollars are not available for use for those ongoing expenses, that there is potential for a gap in being able to fund those expenses and the inability to be able to find resources to be able to fund those expenses that are being funded by carry forward. Just to reiterate, one-time funds are temporary, causes a budget gap, false sense of financial health, as well as it could threaten core services. Carry forward dollars, again, I just have to reiterate because I think this is a really great notable achievement that was made by the school district, and the fact that they were able to develop a system that tracks all the carry forward dollars for all the schools in each fiscal year. So that's a notable achievement that, they have gone through and assessed how to be able to, track those dollars, particularly since 388G does require, at the end of, I think it's 2 years, that those dollars be returned to the state. What was missing from this action step is that the action step was deemed partially completed because it stated that it was to create a method to track and account for how schools use their carry forward dollars to improve student achievement. So I felt that that's where the missing mark was that identifying how these carry forward dollars are used and will be used in improving student achievement. Also, and this wasn't a part of the action step, we discussed that there were some positions that are being funded by carry forward dollars. And I think it's really important for the district to review those carry forward positions to determine if in fact they are positions that are for temporary or pilot positions, or if those are positions that are intended for ongoing costs, permanent costs that are being funded by carry forward dollars. And so there needs to be an assessment of what that looks like going forward, because again, it could cause some financial risk going forward when those dollars are not available. The next recommended next step is the budget development guidance. And so the school district has definitely improved its budget guides and its manuals for training, enhancing communication and transparency to support the schools. However, I was hearing that there was anecdotal feedback, which indicates that the principals or some of the principals are still facing challenges with understanding the budget processes as well as the calculations. And so in my review, I didn't have time, and one of the recommendations here is for the school district to develop some sort of feedback tool by way of a survey, or it could be roundtable, whatever you think is best that will get, the most of what you need of information from your principals. But just to try to understand, because obviously hearing from a few of those principals does not necessarily mean that that is the sentiment of the entire or all of the principals. So I think in order for you to assess the usefulness and the clarity of those documents, that there should be an additional step taken to try to understand from more of those individuals, how well and how useful were those documents. So that's what that recommendation provides for you. On the next recommended next step, this is with recommendation for board trustee engagement and the executive oversight team. And the first bullet point, I am recommending that the school district schedule a budget workshop, and it would have to be in February or March because the tentative budget is obviously due on April 15th, and I know the time frame here would be very tight to try to fit in an additional meeting. But this would allow the board to review before staff finalizes the tentative budget for your approval, as well as submittal to the Department of Taxation. So again, this early feedback enables board members for you guys to ask questions, for providing feedback, and then making sure that the budget is in alignment with strategic priorities, and that the funding assumptions, and also for you to understand the funding assumptions. And then if there's any policy considerations that need to be included, or for you to understand what's included with regard to policy considerations. Also, I am recommending for you that, and you can assess how often or not that this needs to happen. But again, this is to provide some financial oversight that comes from the board, and this would include providing some quarterly financial or budget updates discussions, which will be provided to you from the CFO of the school district. And then lastly, with related to the trustee engagement and executive team oversight, again, in terms of how often this happens, I believe that there should be monthly and quarterly financial budget development updates with the extended and the executive team leadership, or in the executive team leadership meetings. And again, to strengthen the communication and to understanding really what's going on with the finances, what's going on in the economy, if there are any unforeseen items that are that the district may be facing. This just gives you more of real-time data as opposed to waiting until something occurs. At least you're being aware or informed, hopefully well ahead of when and if something does occur. For transparency and accountability, there needs to be also a structured communication protocol with the school organization teams. Again, this is the same concept as I was hearing really from one member of the school organization team with regard to transparency and understanding the school budgets and the accountability and the calculations. Again, I think if you implement some sort of structured feedback tool to assess the sentiment of all of the school organization teams, because again, that one person doesn't necessarily represent, how all of the members of those teams feel. All right, and then lastly, this is, I'll get into a little bit of detail here because I think it's important for you guys to understand the background. I know we haven't gotten into the background, and it's going to provide some background information with regard to this next recommended step. And so what I'm recommending is that the district to strengthen the risk management fund by adopting a 3 to 5 year reserve funding strategy. And to provide some context with regard to how risk management works in the district, you have the risk management unit that is responsible for managing any potential lawsuits or various claims from many types of different claims. It could be for auto property damage, for wrongful acts, employment practices, as well as employee injuries. And so payout for those claims or the lawsuits are managed through an insurance and risk management fund. And it's a self-funded insurance program that CCSD assumes the responsibility for those, for most of those claims. Now, the fund is financed by charging premiums or assessments fees to other district funds, departments, as well as their units. So that's how this self-funded fund receives monies in to be able to pay for administrative costs as well as any lawsuits from claims that the district receives. So self-funded plans are not uncommon. So I don't want you to think that this is something that's different for Clark County School District. It is not. It is the most cost-effective way than purchasing an expensive commercial insurance plan. And also, there are situations where the coverage is not the coverage that may be needed by the district or even governments is not available for a government to purchase. So the inability to purchase insurance coverage commercially may not be available, and in some cases, if it is available, then it can be expensive. And depending on how many claims you have, and if that dollar amount continues to increase, just like with any of our normal health insurance plans, you keep getting in car accidents, your insurance is going to go up, and at some point, it could be canceled. So the same concept there, and that's where it becomes or can be expensive, and therefore more cost-effective for the district to have its own self-funded plan. So an example of that is that the district does have an excess policy plan, but it's capped. So the coverage is capped. And what that means is anything over that exceeds that capped amount, then CCSD is responsible for paying out for any excess of the insurance coverage. So what this recommendation is providing for you is that the district needs to look at a 3 to 5 year plan of essentially setting aside reserves for any of those claims that at any point in time could hit the school district, and also at any point in time, depending on the claims, could exceed the insurance coverage that they have available for them. So hence the self-funded. If you exceed a certain amount, then that amount obviously has to come out of the district coffers from someplace, right? And so the other important piece of this is the claims payout is unpredictable in that sometimes it takes years to settle these claims. And the risk management unit, they do go through a process of estimating how much they think they may have to pay out with the claim. However, if they're exceeding that estimate, obviously that's going to be more costly for the school district. And again, not knowing when these dollars are going to hit. So you should have a plan in place to be prepared that if you're putting reserves aside, that you're not put into the predicament that the school district was in last fall, where you had large claims. I believe you had a cyber attack, so there were liability claims that hit, and then the district was forced to figure out how they were going to pay for this. And so it's really a planning tool in that if you just start looking at reserving a certain dollar amount over a long period of time, then hopefully when you get to the situations where you have to pay out some of these large claims that are unpredictable, that you're in a much better situation than you were had you not reserved those funds. And so that is the reason for this recommended next step. And then also what's provided for you as this next step is that the risk management, because the budgets and the responsibility of personnel are now at the school level, that it's even more important for the risk management department to provide training to schools so that they understand the liability and the risk that are out there, and possibly provide some examples of some past liability claims that contributed to some of these adverse legal outcomes. And so that is providing information for you with regard to that step. I also wanted to provide information for you with regard to the interim state superintendent Canavero. He did provide, first of all, this corrective action plan assessment was provided to him on June 30th, and he did provide a response back, and I'll read in some of the important parts of that letter and what he would like for me as a compliance monitor to continue. And also, I also wanted to make note that I did receive a response back from staff with regard to some of the action steps and the status of those action steps. There is a timing difference here between when the legislative session ended, the elements that are included in SB 460, which may deem some of these recommendations or even action steps completed because of the changes that occurred in SB 460. I have not had a chance to read SB 460 to decipher that, as well as I have not had an opportunity yet to talk to staff about, how SB 460 really corrects or it really eliminates the need for certain corrective or recommended steps. And so I just wanted to make sure that wanted you to understand that there was a response that was provided by the district, but again, I just haven't had the chance to read the SB 460. And with regard to interim state superintendent Canavero, he did acknowledge that he did receive the assessment report, and he also has determined that continued monitoring and targeted implementation efforts are necessary to ensure the full and sustained execution of the corrective action plan. And so this letter is a formal directive to complete the implementation of the plan, as well as to continue, for the school district to continue collaborating with myself on the next phase of the work that needs to occur. He also noted that the district has made some outstanding efforts in implementing the corrective action plan. And so he wanted me to make sure that I relate that information to you, and that the ongoing efforts from myself would include full resolution of the partially complete and the incomplete steps, as well as making sure that there's long-term sustainability, that it continues, and again, for improving the accountability within the school district. And let's see. And then lastly, he has instructed for me to, or actually he is going to revisit the progress of the corrective action plan. And also, there will be a report that will be provided to him in December, stating the completeness of all the action steps, and then also demonstrating some steps that the school district has made in, again, sustaining long-term improvement. And so this information, President Bustamante Adams and Superintendent Eber did receive the letter. We just received it on Wednesday, so we weren't able to include it as part of the backup materials for you. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Keene. I'm going to ask Superintendent Ebert to chime in.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I very much appreciate our compliance monitors' diligence in all of this work. As you know, I have a lot of expertise on many angles of this work. So excited that she's here providing resources to the school district. I'm also very proud of the work that the staff has completed over the last few months, and most notably to bring this to closure. As Ms. King noted, the report that is there that she sent to the state was provided before all of the analysis for Senate Bill 460 could be completed. As far as we are concerned, there are 4 items in the partially incomplete area that are now moot because of the bill, shifting responsibility. And so we will be sitting down with her, going through those aspects of it. And then the other components, again, timing, just proud of the staff work that has transpired. Tomorrow is our CFO's 1-month birthday. So he has, as you know, completed a lot of work just in that short period of time, not only in this area, but with the entire team in many other areas as well. So we're excited about the work that's been completed. Looking forward to sitting down with our monitor and going through the items that the 22 that have been completed, that have been marked, great. Finish out the others in a few short weeks, and then make the determination on how to create the path forward for continued sustainable success.
Thank you so much. We are definitely on an evolution of growth, and this is going to be one of our greatest strengths, and we will become the gold standard for the community and for the state in this area. So I'm looking forward to that. And thank Superintendent. I do want to acknowledge the staff heavy lift, because we were not welcoming when we found out about you, Miss King. Not taking it personally, but it is a blessing, and so we are grateful, and thank you, Ms. Bartholomew, for being the interim during the process, and thank you, Ms. Kowal Paul, also for your diligence and your work. So, Trustee Dominguez, questions?
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Mrs. King. I really appreciate the governor appointing you to us, so I appreciate you standing with us and working us through this. You truly have a heart of a teacher, because you go through each one of these things, and you really take this elephant in bite sizes, so we really appreciate that. I know we did a training, and I appreciate that briefing. I'm going to condense all of my questions to kind of your portion of the next steps. So I would like to know what, for the budget liaison, for you, what does that look like? What would be the best way to move forward with that position?
So the idea would be for there to be a team of budget liaisons. And probably the easiest way to do this is to assign a team to each of the regions, as opposed to having X number of schools report to X employee. I think in order to effectively get the expertise that's needed, as well as to be cost effective in how we do this, because obviously you can hire on a lot of people, but that's not what we're here to do. We're just trying to make sure we do this in the most cost-effective way. But I've been kind of thinking this through, and that's why additional evaluation is needed. But it seems like the best way would be to have, a handful of individuals assigned to each of the regions, as well as the central unit. And those schools within that region would have access to, there would be in-person conversation and visits. That team would be responsible for helping all the schools within that region in developing their budgets, monitoring their budgets, and also coming up with, ways of how they're complying with the budgets, or how the budgets are complying with statute. And so right now, that's just the easiest way that I can think of in how we do this. There are some models that are out there that have that very same concept. So LA Unified has the concept where they have a team of, I believe it's 9 individuals, 9 financial specialists is what they call them. Those 9 individuals are assigned to that school region, and then the schools within that region have access to work with, and those financial specialists support all the schools within that region. And so that's, and LA Unified has, I believe, close to 800 schools. And so there's obviously a lot of staff that they have. But that's, again, we can evaluate and figure out what best works for the school district with the staff that you have available. But there's also definitely going to have to be some cross-training so that everyone on that team has the same, has the same training, the same knowledge, and can provide the same support for the schools, rather than having 1 or 2 individuals who have particular knowledge of reporting or data analysis. But all those individuals would need to really have, that cross-training that's provided to them.
Thank you for that addition, because that was going to be my next kind of follow-up, was if they all had the same. But if I could provide, just to keep in mind the rural schools, because they are often felt left out. So they maybe even having a condensed person for them. But yeah, just keeping that in mind. And then I'm just going to condense my questions. So for the training and the feedback for the bond oversight, the principals, the SOTs, what does your role look like in that? Because I know our superintendent is working with our staff, they're working with solutions and kind of seeing what works. What would your role be in that?
In gathering feedback on,
For those different line items, so like the principal training, the bond oversight, and the SOT, how do you see your position kind of, are you assisting, are you hands-on, are you day-to-day, are you just kind of coming in and receiving what they provide, working with them, or how do you foresee your working with the district?
and quite frankly, I would really prefer to talk to the superintendent and her team, and for us to discuss and decide like what is the best approach. I, have no issues or problems usually with giving my opinion or citing what some of the best practices are, and so I would assume that I would continue that role, but I think that we should probably sit down and talk about like what would work best for them and what my role would be, and then we can just go from there.
Thank you, and I really appreciate that, so I hope that we can do that. And my last question, and I really am trying to condense, is the risk management. And I was trying to understand, it said a 3 to 5 year reserve plan. What is the implementation or the timeline for this that we're expecting?
So the 3 to 5 year reserve strategy would be that over the next 3 to 5 years, and even if it needs to be longer, depending on what a recommended reserve amount needs to be, the thought would be through each year in the budget cycle, those dollars would be budgeted. But you'd also have to estimate, because again, these dollars are coming from the other departments, and in the case with employees, there's a per head charge for workers' compensation. So we would need to assess like if there is a gap in what we're assessing in fees and what's needed, and that amount could be a significant amount, which means you obviously wouldn't want to assess that large amount in 1 year. Hence the reason over a period of time, once you identify what you may need, and that's always going to be a moving number because of the liability that can occur in each year. So the thought would be just to set aside those dollars each budget cycle so that at some point you at least have, a reasonable reserve amount to be able to pay for the claims that the district may encounter.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for consolidating your questions. Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ms. King, for your diligence in producing this presentation. Going back to the software you mentioned, you'll be using Unisherpa, I believe the name was. Can you give us a brief description of it, and is it AI?
It's, I don't believe it's AI, but you never know these days. There might be some component of that or functionality. So really what Sherpa does is you load data into the software. And the data that you're loading into the software program is the data that you will need to perform the calculations for an estimate. So, for instance, you are going to load in all the employee data. And within the employee data, you are also going to load in the benefits that are associated with that employee that's associated with the collective bargaining unit. So there's data from benefits, there's salary information that you have to load in because all these are components that are tied to an individual and the position that they're in. And so once you have all that data that will be used to calculate, the system will then automatically say, okay, we have, teacher A who is in this position and is per probably the collective bargaining agreement required to receive this certification or promotional steps that are included in that. So you have to basically tell the system what the calculations that are needed. But before you can do that, you have to load in all the data that's needed for those calculations. And so that's at a very high level what needs to happen. And currently, right now, what the finance and budget staff are doing, as well as HR, is they are now taking the data from our existing position system, our finance system, and they're loading that into Sherpa so that they can then turn around and tell it what calculations what calculations need to occur.
And just a follow-up question, when will you be using this software?
It's an automated software, and so the problem that you have with like an Excel spreadsheet is, at least with an automated software, there's consistency in the calculations and the programming of the data, the forecast. Whereas in an Excel spreadsheet, you may not necessarily know where there's a problem because each of those cells have a formula that says, okay, take this and calculate this, but every single cell is being calculated and has a formula in it. Whereas the Sherpa system, like again, it'll program to say, okay, look at all this data and calculate it this way. And if there is a change that needs to be made, you only make that change to that programming calculation as opposed to trying to figure out in Excel where it is, because there's literally hundreds and thousands of formulas that are in that Excel spreadsheet.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Trustee Satori?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and all of your hard work. And I also thank you for explaining things so well. It's very helpful. Trustee Dominguez did hit some of my questions, but I think a little bit that I needed clarification on still so I wanted to know as well more about the budget liaisons. But I just want to clarify if I heard you correctly that we don't have that current capacity for those roles. So those would be external hires. Is that how you see that?
First you'd have to assess what you would need, additional resources that you may need. But because those obviously cost money, the intent would be to try to work with what we have, and then if additional resources are needed, that the district plan for that over a period of time. It's like the reserve, just plan for it over a period of time, because obviously having, so many schools assigned to a team can be overwhelming, and the workload can be overwhelming. And so it's a matter of assessing what that looks like and then determining how many schools would be assigned to that team based on the staff that we have now. But then there has to be cross-training because not everybody does the same thing currently. So that's really the ongoing assessment that we have to determine and what that looks like. So I don't know if it needs additional staff. I'm just speculating that it will, just because there's only,
I thought it was just the
12
cost of
individuals
hiring those
there.
staff, or can we train existing staff into those roles?
Yeah, it's
and
a
such?
combination, but we'll need to further assess what that looks like, because again, we just also want to make sure that the workload is manageable. Otherwise, you're kind of defeating the purpose of providing support to the schools if their support is not there because their workloads are too large.
Okay, thank you. And so on the 3 to 5 year reserve funding strategy, with a tight budget, and we are always trying to be fiscally responsible, do you have any kind of idea maybe of how much is feasible to be able to put into that? Like, how much we could possibly be putting aside, having looked at our budget very in depth?
I don't.
Okay.
That's
just basically any amount that we can do to start putting that direction?
Yes, yeah. And then just further, just kind of understanding if just evaluating and analyzing that current fund, just to see if there's something that's there and available. There might be. I just didn't get into that level of detail, but it would just need to be further analyzed just to figure it out.
And then I have one final very quick one. With the budget workshop, which I think would be very valuable and helpful, do you see that occurring annually, or would this be a one-time workshop in your vision?
It generally occurs annually.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Zamora?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. Like everyone said, I appreciate the details of it because it makes me process it Budgeting is not my expertise, so this was helpful. And I do have a lot of questions about the budget liaison if we ever get there in the future. But for now, do you see any type of role or partnership with the audit committee we have now to see how we can bring them into the space and be helpful? And I think that's more for the superintendent or, you know, whoever can take that. But I think the audit committee would be, we talked bond oversight was mentioned, but how can they kind of jump in here and be helpful?
You can ponder that, and we could,
Yeah.
but there's an interest, right, across the team. We mentioned the committee that Trustee Esparza-Strofagan with the facilities, but also with bond oversight, our audit. It's just an evolution of our team of understanding the financial picture for the district and how do we, as trustees, have the accountability and the oversight to be great stewards of the public's dollars. So thank you. Trustee Stevens.
I had a question about the Sherpa program. Are there, or will there be certain protocols or processes in place for IT security? Because it sounds like this is going to be some sensitive data that's being input in there. So what kind of protocols would we be focused on the IT side?
I don't know that specifically, but we can get that for you. And I would ensure you that there are some security protocols just because of the data that you're dealing with and the data that's being loaded. And so it wouldn't really be any different than how they're doing it today. So with the Excel, because you've got to load data into those Excel spreadsheets just as you do the Sherpa program. So I'll have to get that. So the IT protocols that'll be in place?
Superintendent Ebert, do you want to chime in?
Yes, thank you so much. Our team has been working with our IT team as well throughout this entire process to make sure that it's in alignment with all of our protocols as we've been moving forward. So it is within the implementation. We have cross-functional teams working, and it is moving forward. Thank you.
Trustee Esparza-Strofagan.
Ms. King, I want to look at slide 21 because it's talking about the process for zero-based budgeting. So is that process, are you recommending it to be done one time? Can you give a little more specifics on that? And is that only for central offices? I just need a little more clarity.
Yes, the recommendation is just one time, and it would be for the central budget units. However, when I was kind of researching this, it appears that there are quite a few instructional related units within central budget units. And so I think the school district needs to decide if it's every unit that's considered central or just maybe the main administrative functions that need to be reviewed or start at a zero-based budget. There were a lot from my understanding.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, yes, our team has had quite a bit of discussions as a team, and then also just historically of what that takes. It's easy to, and I think Ms. King would agree, to say, yes, move toward this process, but it is a complete process. So we don't want to, dive into the deep end of the swimming pool without making sure that we fully understand what it is. But I'm in complete agreement with ensuring that every single dollar is directed to the need of our school district in supporting our students.
Thank you for that, Superintendent. The only other thing, Ms. King, because you gave us an opportunity to have some one-on-one time with you, and some of us took advantage of that. One of the things that I was hearing as I left your session is that what is our succession planning? And what I mean by that is we are training our principals who have very limited, sometimes, scope because they're former teachers. And, millions of dollars. Some of our schools have millions of dollars of a budget that they're having to manage. So I just want to say in the workshops, are we looking at succession planning to consider the second our assistant principals. That is not something that's been raised, but I've been kind of listening to that request.
Yes, Superintendent Ebert and I have discussed that, and in terms of the succession planning, if it would look like, most likely, is the assistant principals, or even some professional learning at all levels, really, for people to understand what that looks like. So, yeah, she and I have discussed the training that would be needed for succession planning. You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. And then Trustee Henry, I'll go to you to close this out.
I had a question. I think I was confused about the reserve concept in that would there be a replacement of the current insurance and the reserve would be the main function?
No, there would not be a replacement. The intent of reserving the dollars is because we know that there are some potential claims and liability that are out there for the school district, and it's more so to be prepared for when those claims are settled, to be able to have the funding set aside to pay for those claims. Funding whereby the insurance, where it exceeds what insurance pays for. So it's just the planning of being able to prepare for if and when those claims do come to fruition.
So in addition to, so whatever our current policy is, this would be in addition to that. So effectively an added expense but an added expense to help support a liability when and if it should come, right? Is that a way to think about it? So that
Yeah.
the current expense is our insurance, and then we're going to add 3 to 5%. So that's an additional expense, but that supports us in case we have overages where insurance would not cover, and we'd have to pay that anyway.
Yes, and it's it's recommended a 3 to 5 year period, not a percent.
Not a percentage, okay.
But that's just to kind of smooth over what you actually have to put into reserve for dollars. Again, it could be longer, and it may have to be longer depending on what that dollar amount is. That was just what was recommended.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that you won't need to go longer than that, but just keep it in mind that it's something for planning purposes that the district should be looking at doing.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Henry, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam President. I do not have any questions. Just comments. Thank you so much, Mrs. King, for the trainings that we have received. Very beneficial, and just looking forward to supporting the plan.
Thank you so much. I will entertain a motion then to accept the compliance monitoring report update as presented. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan.
I'd like to make a motion to accept a 3.05 compliance monitoring update as presented.
Thank you. Trustee Biassadi.
I will second that motion.
I have a first and a second. Please cast your votes. Trustee Henry.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. We'll move on now to item 3.06. Is there anyone that has not got a chance to complete a public speaker card? Do we have anybody? We don't have anybody? Okay. We do not have anyone that has signed. Oh. Oh, is this for 306? Okay, we will wait for you and then turn it in back to the young lady. Dr. Mansell, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to proceed.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. For the record, Dustin Mansell, Chief Academic Officer. I am joined by Elena Kreiner-Wilson, Assistant Superintendent of the Curriculum and Instruction Division, and Kevin McPartlin, our Associate Superintendent of Education Services Division. Today, we are here to provide a notice of intent to amend Clark County School District Policy 5136, titled Personal Technology and Communication Devices. Policy 5136 was last revised by the Board of School Trustees in 2013. The proposed amendments brought forth today will align Policy 5136 with Senate Bill 444 of the 83rd session of the Nevada Legislature. The intent of Senate Bill 444 was to ensure districts have clear guidance for student use of non-district issued technology and electronic communication devices. The reference material for item 3.06, Notice of Intent, Clark County School District Policy 5136, Personal Technology and Communication Devices, outlines the proposed deletions and additions to the regulation. I would like to first start by taking a quick moment to thank our principal representatives, region leadership, and members of the district's executive leadership team for providing input and feedback and refining these recommendations. We truly appreciate everyone's collaborative efforts. With your permission, Vice President, I will hand over the presentation to Ms. Kreiner-Wilson and Mr. McPartlin, who will provide the proposed amendments regarding Policy 5136, Personal Technology and Communication Devices.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, for the record, Elena Kreiner-Wilson. The proposed amendments for Policy 5136 include a title change from Personal Technology and Communication Devices to Non-District Issued Technology and Electronic Communication Devices. Section 1 was updated to read, the Clark County School District strives to maintain appropriate procedures for implementing the use of non-district issued electronic communication devices. We added Section 1A to define the term electronic communication device. The definition of an electronic communication device is aligned to the definition found in Senate Bill 444, which states, quote, any electronic device that is capable of transmitting any audio, written, or pictorial information or message to another electronic device, including wearable devices technology. The term does not include an electronic device issued to a student by the district or school in which the student is enrolled, end quote. Section 2 was included to outline the permitted uses of non-district issued technology and electronic communication devices. Section 2A was updated for clarity and consistency with current district practices and alignment with Senate Bill 444. The deletions in Section 2A relate to the district's acceptable use policy. Information regarding the district's acceptable use policy was moved to Section 3, letter J. Section 2B contains additions to the policy that were taken directly from Senate Bill 444. Specifically, Section 2B number 1, during an emergency or crisis. Section 2B number 2, to manage their health. Section 2B number 3, if a teacher allows for the use of an electronic communication device for instruction purposes. Section 2B number 4, if the use of an electronic communication device is included as part of an individualized education program or plan developed in accordance with Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. Lastly, Section 2B number 5, with the approval of the principal, was moved to this section within the policy to provide school leadership with the authority to permit other opportunities for students to engage with non-district issued technology and electronic communication devices as appropriate.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Kevin McPartlin for the record. Section 3, now titled Prohibited Uses, contains language and phrasing updates that were made to ensure consistency with verbiage that exists within the Nevada Revised Statutes, our own pre-kindergarten through grade 12 Student Code of Conduct, and other recently revised regulations. Section 4 was added to clearly articulate that the district's pre-kindergarten through grade 12 Student Code of Conduct includes a system to rate violations on a progressive scale based on the number and seriousness of the violations. This aligns directly with the requirement of Senate Bill 444. The original Section 4 was updated to become Section 5 and clarifies that this policy does not change any current district policies and regulations that are outlined in the district's acceptable use policy. Thank you for this opportunity to share the proposed amendments regarding Clark County School District Policy 5136, Personal Technology and Communication Devices. At this time, we'll pause and take any questions or comments from the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, team, for the presentation. We will start with Trustee Stevens.
So I don't want to get into the weeds here, but I do hear concern from educators and staff that implementing this is while it's great, right? It's good to there's nothing better in the classroom if you're teaching than not having to compete with, that handheld device. So I think this is great. The concern is if you have a student that is adamant about not, complying, do we have a process procedure for how that plays so that educators feel like they have the authority to handle that situation?
Absolutely. Trustee Stevens, thank you for the question. So 100%, it is a site-based decision in a lot of ways of how it's handled. But we do have the signal blocking pouches. That is a district-wide program. And we do have principals that have come up with different methods that they use to ensure that we have a distraction-free classroom, right? So, but as far as what occurs, in the code of conduct, we have minor, minor to major, and major infractions. And so when we look at nuisance items, which cell phones would start at, it is a minor infraction which involves addressing without removal from school. So that's where we do parent conferences, we do warnings, those type of things. But as it increases and we don't have compliance, then it moves to more of an insubordination issue, which then does accelerate the different reactions that schools can have. Additionally, cyberbullying and those type of things would be treated separate. But in general, so there is a progressive steps within the code of conduct. Principals do have some autonomy over which steps that they may have their teachers do, but it does exist within the code of conduct.
Thank you. Trustee Barron?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Madam Vice President, there we go. Yeah, thank you so very much. So, believe me, on this one, right, I get a big smile. You wouldn't believe how many times I had to stop class and try to keep people from doing TikToks in my class, So I'm very happy, Maybe I retired too early. I don't know, but all kidding aside, so the intent, of course, just to drill down, the intent is for us, for our school district, to align its policy with the will of the state legislature, who this was obviously something that went through a pretty rigorous process to get passed. Correct?
Yes, yes, exactly. That is the exact intent, is to align our policy straight with SB 444.
And I get it, I know we live in the age of communication. It seems like, people are constantly communicating with their children and vice versa. On number 2 here, during the instructional day, students may only use these devices to manage their personal health as described by a doctor. I do know that we have many students, of course, who for health reasons, like if you're diabetic, they use, of course, one of those little things that's connected to your arm and then to the cell phone, and then they can monitor that, and their parents can monitor it down to the very second as to how their sugar level is all doing this. And so this will in no way interfere with any of these medical concerns. Is that correct?
Trustee Barone, wonderful question. Dustin Mansell for the record. That is correct. One of the available uses is to manage their personnel health as prescribed by a doctor. So yes, they would still be able to use their personal device for that method.
Okay, fantastic. Now, one last question here, because I kind of see like a little bit of a gray area. For students who might be managing an emotional thing here, where they actually might need access, to a medical professional or maybe even a family member, does our regulation also align with that?
Trustee Barone, thank you again for that question. So yes, if there are any sort of supports, maybe through an individualized education program, maybe through a Section 504 plan with accommodations for a child, then yes, absolutely.
Fantastic. So then, parents can be empowered to make sure that they have full connection for medical and for emotional, other mental health, I think, concerns. Thank you very much. It seems like a very well thought out and well planned amendment there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Barron. And I don't see any, Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. At this time, I would like to make a motion, if there are no other questions on the board, to accept agenda item 3.
Trustee Cavazos, I will pause you real quick. We do have a public comment. So we're going to do public comment first. No, you're okay.
Public comment.
Trustee Dominguez.
I thought we had none.
I was going to second, but I'll wait.
Okay, we will hold. We will move over to public comment. Ms. Courtney.
Hello, my name is Courtney Bivens. My son D'Angelo attends Roy Martin, and I'm kind of a little confused about this policy in the fact that my son this week was told that if he didn't put his phone in the pouch, he's breaking the law. And when I asked for students or school personnel to explain more about what law he was breaking, they couldn't. And as a parent, I understand. Like I told my son, when you're in class, you are to learn. We're not there to be disrespectful or disruptive. And I brought Roy Martin's current policy with me because here's what's getting a little confusing. It says it's a school-wide expectation that all students keep devices completely put away, on mute, or turned off during class, which I completely agree with that. What I don't agree with is if it's in the backpack and it's turned off that means signal is blocked. Yes or no? So if the signal is blocked and that is what matters the most, why does it matter where that phone is? If it's in his phone, if it's in his backpack, completely turned off, why is he not following your guys' policy? Because he doesn't want to put it in a pouch? Well, as his mother, with school shootings happening at any moment, I don't want him to put it in a pouch that sits at the teacher's desk. Because if somebody comes in and gets ready to shoot, you don't got enough time to give all of these kids their phones back in an emergency situation. And for your school personnel to tell my son that he's breaking the law but can't cite the law that he's breaking, that's not okay. On top of that, to talk to his mother and then tell me that I'm sending my son down a path of being a criminal because I don't agree with your policy, I think is really wrong. And if you guys are going to implement these pouches and claim that the pouches make it illegal if they don't give up their phones, then put that in your policy. Put it in your policy. Otherwise, don't tell 12 and 13-year-old boys that they're breaking the law because they don't want to put their phone in a pouch. If the phone is off and the signal is blocked, why does it matter where it is? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other public comment? Oh, trustee, let me go to trustee Henry to make sure. Did you go to her?
I did not, I'm sorry.
Okay, trustee Henry, do you have any questions?
Thank you so much. No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, trustee Cavazos.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Did you have
trustee
somebody else in
Dominguez
the
had a
queue?
question.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just hoping staff could clarify. So I know with different schools, they have different policies. I know I got to visit my own son's school, and so I got to witness for myself all the pouches on the desk. Is it, so it is by school, correct me if I'm wrong, that where the pouches are located or where they go?
So I just want to make sure because I know I stepped out. So Vice President Zamora, did we end discussion?
We did.
Okay.
We did. I
Sorry.
apologize, Madam President. I wanted to circle back for this question.
Okay, so because we moved on and we took public comment, so we are done with discussion, and so my apologies. I will have to save your question for another time. Maybe you can ask it directly to staff, one-on-one, so I will.
I would just say point of order, since you've already opened it up to where I asked the question, if I could allow staff to answer.
Sure, but let me ask our legal counsel as far as procedurally, because that would be my mistake. Ms. Turfley?
So you can allow it if staff can't answer the question since it hasn't been voted on yet?
Okay, thank you. I don't know which team member would like to answer.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Dominguez. So the intention of the pouches, which we moved to, was moving away from the system where phones would be stored away from the student. So the intention of the pouches are they stay with the student at their desk or in their backpack, but within the pouch, so they would have access to it.
Okay. Thank you.
Does that help? Okay, Trustee Cavazos, are you ready?
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you for allowing the additional questions and to our council for weighing in. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve Agenda Item 3.06, a Notice of Intent, Clark County School District Policy 5136.
Thank you. I have a first, Trustee Dominguez.
I'd like to second the motion.
I have a first and a second. Please cast your votes. Trustee Henry.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. We will next move to item number 3.07, Clark County School District Policy 4300. Ms. Triana, before I open 307, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card? Okay, seeing no others, I do have one person, Ms. Giles, to speak on that at the appropriate time. Ms. Triana, please proceed.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, my name is Roanne Triana, Chief Human Resources Officer for the Clark County School District. Joining me this evening, we have our new Chief Financial Officer, Justin Dehoff. Sorry, dang it. We also have Angie Montalvo coming to us from our ODAA office because Cedric Cole was not able to be with us today. This evening, we're providing notice of intent to adopt a new policy, 4300, that will help address the complexities of our out-of-state employment within the Clark County School District. While some employees live in neighboring states and commute to Nevada to work, remaining under Nevada law and taxation, the situation is very different should an employee perform work entirely from outside the state. The second scenario creates significant operational, technical, and legal challenges for the district. Each state has unique tax structures, labor laws, benefit requirements, and workers' compensation regulations, none of which our current systems are designed to manage. Meeting these requirements would require substantial reconfiguration of HR and payroll systems, additional insurance policies, expanded healthcare arrangements, and potentially costly legal representation in multiple jurisdictions. Given these structural and compliance barriers, employing individuals who work from out of the state of Nevada is not currently feasible for the Clark County School District. And before we entertain your questions, I'd like to also let you know that we did receive feedback from 5 different individuals on this item. 2 were not in favor of adoption, and 3 were in favor of adoption of policy 4300. So at this time,
Thank you, Ms. Triana. Mr. Dehoff, would you like to add any comments?
No further comments at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Then we're going to go ahead and entertain questions from the team. Trustee Barron.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much, and of course, Mr. Dehoff, it was a pleasure to actually shake your hand in person, other than just seeing you a little, on these presentations, little mini day off, right? The in-person day off is much more impressive. Quick question. So, potentially about how many of our employees would fall, or be affected by this regulation?
thank you for the question, Trustee Barone. We have 1 currently.
1?
Yes, sir.
To play the devil's advocate, I mean, what would it matter if we just made this one exception? Or actually, would that person be grandfathered in with this regulation, or would they be required to move back into the state?
For the purposes of this regulation, we would need an employee to reside within the state for us to continue to employ and to issue payment and to observe the required policies associated with the given states in which the employee resides.
Gotcha. So moving to my devil's advocate question, what harm would it do to have this one person who maybe has already been our employee for a number of years? What harm would it do to let this person continue? Would there be a substantial issue with that?
Thank you, trustee, for the question, and apologies, Justin Dayhoff, Chief Financial Officer, for the record. Yes, and if I may provide an example, we've actively been working on a pilot for the last 5 years to begin to see what it would take for us in terms of our systems and structures to be able to do just this, and we are still working on it. The moving deadlines, the moving timelines, moving policy landscape, because not only are we talking about other jurisdictions, other states, other municipalities, we're talking about policy contexts and landscapes that are also constantly moving and changing, for which we would need to be monitoring and for which we would otherwise be open to risk.
Thank you very much. So there is a risk and there is a cost. Thank you very much.
Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. If you're ready, I would like to make a motion to adopt.
Not yet, but I will come back to you. Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President. I had a few questions. Just, does the district have a policy requesting an exemption for this policy?
Trustee Dominguez, Rowan Triana, for the record, not at this time.
And what are the consequences for violating this policy?
I would say we would not be in compliance with state law and all these things that around taxation and compensation and workers' comp and all the wonderful things that we would like to share about.
Yes, and Trustee Dominguez, if I may add to that. So yes, and it continues to open us up to continued exposure. So the longer that remains open, the more we continue to remain open to outside changes in other states and other jurisdictions that, again, open us up to further risk and exposure.
Thank you. For Board Legal Counsel, Mr. Okazaki.
General Counsel for...
General Counsel. What's your new title?
I'm just kidding.
General Counsel.
General Counsel for the Clark County School District. Thank you very much. So let me respond to that. So we do have one employee in this situation working out of state. It is problematic legally. I'm very concerned about it. There's a lot of issues that could arise. Legal supports the idea of bringing all of our employees back into Nevada. In order to do that, we thought it would be fair, we thought it would be prudent to have an actual policy in place indicating that that is our policy for this organization, that we can enforce and expect from all of our employees. I do not like the idea of grandfathering somebody in or making an exception for this person. Although I understand it's an extreme hardship for this person. On behalf of the organization, I did give my support to this. One of the arguments that are sometimes I hear is ADA accommodations. The way ADA works is if they can ask for a reasonable accommodation. Legally, this is not a reasonable accommodation to let somebody work outside of the state of Nevada and create these legal concerns. So that would be our position. If we start to allow anybody to work as an exception, we have basically said it's reasonable. So I would highly recommend against making exceptions or grandfathering in these people. As far as what will happen if the employee doesn't comply, it's progressive discipline. So what would happen is we would say, you are violating our policy, you must adhere to our policy, and if the misconduct continues, we would eventually end up in a recommendation for termination.
Thank you for that clarity. Trustee Biasotti?
I was still waiting on the motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll come back to you. You could click it off. I won't forget, I promise. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. And Mr. Okazaki answered part of my inquiry. And just for a constituent's question, they were asking about background, as far as this one employee, and without asking for any personal information about an employee. Is this something that had been an arrangement for some time, and then with legislation, we need to be in compliance? So this person had this, should we say, arrangement for some time?
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos, Rowan Triana. For the record, I will say that when I first took on this job a year ago, this conversation came up then. Some of our other employees made the move back to home means Nevada. They came back in. And so this individual knew that this was coming over a year ago.
Thank you. And that's what I was asking, that it was not just something that was just like said to somebody yesterday without any prior notice. So thank you so much for that elaboration. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Stroffigan?
Thank you. I just want to ask, you mentioned risk. So can you give a little bit more clarity to that? That would help clarify.
Thank you for the question, trustee. And I think council also helped illuminate this as well. Our ability to help stay within risk is partly mitigated by our ability to stay in compliance with law, statute, regulation. When we do that, those differ across jurisdictions, sometimes as low as the municipality and localized as a municipality level. And so given just that, that's partly why that becomes untenable. Because each time there's a change, the further time that we are out of compliance with that change, the exponentially we increase our risk.
And that provides a lot of clarity for me because I realize that our new superintendent is really trying to evaluate some of the past practices, and we need to align and make sure that we are in compliance with the law. So unfortunately, maybe that was a previous practice, and we are grateful for that individual service, but if there was communication and they had advance notice to have preparation, I'm just thinking that we do not want to be breaking that law.
Thank you. Trustee Stevens?
So Ramona alluded to it just now, but I was wondering so let's say we vote this through tonight, how much time will this one employee have to make that move should they choose to do so? Will they have like a grace period?
Thank you, Trustee Stevens. Roanne Triana for the record. That would be 30 days.
Trustee Henry, do you have any questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. I have one person for public comment. Ms. Giles, if you would like to come forth. Are you in the audience? There you are.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees. Jan Giles, President of ESEA, for the record. I had already previously submitted a public comment or a response to the posting of the policy change. So I am just here to, I don't want to torture everybody with reading it, so, but I'm here to just let you know that ESEA's position is that we feel that this is a change to the employee's working environment and that we believe that we should be afforded the opportunity to negotiate the change in her working conditions. And that's what we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. With that, seeing no other public comment, Trustee Biasotti, I will entertain a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion to adopt item 3.07, Notice of Intent, Clark County School District Policy 4300.
Thank you. Trustee Barron.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Please cast your votes. Trustee Henry.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes 7-0. We're going to go ahead and go to item 3.08. This is not an action item. This is Focus 2024 CCSD 5-year strategic plan. And I'm not sure which team is up. Oh, is it still you, Ms. Triana? Okay. Please proceed when you are, oh wait, no, that's not an action item, so I don't have to pause for cards. Okay, keep going.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. My name is Roanne Triana, Chief Human Resources Officer. This evening, I'm joined by members of our Human Resources team to provide an update aligned with Focus 2024 strategic plan, specifically focusing on teacher recruitment and the critical labor shortage. Joining me tonight are Assistant Human Resource Officers Stacy Smith and Jason Ganoza. Together, we're going to share progress and key initiatives related to recruitment efforts and strategies addressing workforce challenges within our schools. These presentations align with the Board of School Trustees' vision, particularly within the strategic priority area focused on highly effective teachers, leaders, and staff. Tonight's discussion will cover the strategies implemented to strengthen teacher recruitment efforts and mitigate critical labor shortages based on targets set in 2019. In addition, we will review school opening data trends. As part of Focus 2024 strategic plan, we provided ongoing updates on teacher recruitment and critical labor shortage since 2019, with the most recent presentation delivered to you in September 2024. As you'll see, we continue to observe positive outcomes in addressing teacher recruitment and critical labor shortage vacancies. As a result, we are maintaining our theory of action by developing a multifaceted approach to recruitment and retention by establishing clear expectations, frequent monitoring, and goal setting to ensure expediency, accuracy, accountability, and excellent customer service. We're sure that by using this theory of action, we will continue to increase the number of licensed teachers in our classrooms. At this time, with your permission, Madam President, I'd like to now turn the presentation over to Jason Ganoza.
Good evening, Madam. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. For the record, Jason Ganoza. Tonight, I'd like to provide a brief overview of the strategies that were implemented to address teacher recruitment and the identified critical labor shortage positions that were being tracked as part of the Focus 2024 plan. These efforts are closely aligned with our theory of action and overall strategic priorities. We've worked closely with the Nevada Department of Education and programs like UNLV's Nevada Forward program to expand access to licensure endorsements and grow our pool of qualified candidates, which has resulted in over 700 support professionals earning teaching licenses. Through new apprenticeship licenses, participants can apply for full teaching positions earlier than the traditional path to employment. We meet monthly with school principals to improve hiring and retention strategies, emphasizing staff stability. Our targeted recruitment campaigns for 2024-25 included geofencing and interstate outreach, and we've supported licensed hiring efforts to recruit counselors. Our We Are CCSD brand reinforces district-wide support for students and staff. We've streamlined the licensed employee application process to an average of 14 days, a decrease of 6 days, including all required verifications. To address labor shortages, particularly in transportation, we've hosted job fairs, offered CDL testing support, and promoted positions internally. We also support career advancement through initiatives like monthly application assistance sessions at the Family Service Center and at Nellis Air Force Base. These combined strategies represent a comprehensive approach to building a strong, stable, and qualified workforce across CCSD. This slide illustrates the number of candidates who applied for positions in the 2024-2025 school year. As you can see, the number of candidates in the pool decreased. However, as you will see in the next slide, the percentage of classrooms filled by licensed employees increased, indicating a more qualified pool of candidates. As you know, in the 2024-25 school year, we hired over 400 more licensed teachers than the year prior. Efforts to increase the percentage of fully licensed classroom teachers have resulted in the improvement of our classroom fill rate on the first day of school in 2023-24 from 92.7% to 93.8% on an opening day in 2024-25. We're also very proud to present to you tonight that we opened the 2025-26 school year with a 97% fill rate. We currently have a little over 300 classroom vacancies being posted in Tulare that did not have a person identified for hire, which is a significant improvement as we opened the 2024-25 school year with approximately 1,030 classroom vacancies. At this time, I'd like to hand the presentation over to Stacy Smith.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Stacy Smith for the record. All right. Our efforts to obtain data from other districts to provide a comparative analysis are unavailable. We continue to engage with other large urban districts to gather comparable data. We know our data will not align with other urban districts due to our definition of vacancy compared to other districts. Rationale for vacancies. Other districts include long-term substitutes in their classroom fill rates, whereas CCSD strictly reports only fully licensed classroom teachers. We successfully recruit, hire, and employ nearly 3,000 substitutes. Our support professional vacancies have declined due to our designated critical labor positions. And the comparative district data is not available, but we will continue our efforts to reach out. This slide outlines our progress in addressing vacancies in support professional critical labor shortage positions identified in Focus 2024. Bus drivers, special education teaching assistants, and heating, ventilation, and air conditioning roles. Notably, during the 21-22 school year, we reported our over 230 bus driver vacancies on the first day of school. The Clark County School District operates nearly 1,500 bus routes across the county daily. During the 23-24 school year, we had over 70 bus driver vacancies. However, through our concerted efforts, we have reduced this number. We ended the 24-25 school year with only 42 bus driver vacancies. This demonstrates our commitment to addressing the staffing challenges effectively. Sorry, I apologize. I think I kind of lost my... This slide outlines our progress. I apologize. As part of the Focus 2024 strategic plan, our objective was to achieve 100% staffing of classrooms with qualified teachers. Our data indicates that we are experiencing annual improvements in this area. Despite a reduced pool of candidates for the 24-25 academic year, our recruitment efforts have been successful, resulting in an increase in the number of hires. Our hires exceeded our pool of qualified candidates due to the larger pool of qualified candidates in the 23-24 school year. At this time, I'd like to hand the presentation back over to Jason Ganoza.
Our next slide takes a look at the challenges we've faced, the progress we've made, and some key lessons we've learned since our last update to you in September. Despite ongoing challenges like the rising cost of living and persistent shortage of special education educators, we've made significant progress in recruitment and retention. We've implemented monthly meetings with principals, targeted recruitment through geofencing, and achieved a 94.4 licensed educator retention rate. Classroom and bus driver vacancies have decreased, and application processing has been streamlined to 14 days. A comprehensive recruitment and retention plan is in place with clear goals and monitoring, and moving forward, we'll enhance teacher and principal input, align district branding with Superintendent Ebert's vision, deepen collaboration with regional leadership, and provide professional learning for our new recruitment staff to ensure long-term workforce stability. These lessons will continue to inform and strengthen our approach as we move forward in addressing both immediate needs and long-term workforce stability. At this time, I'd like to hand the presentation back over to Chief Triana.
So in alignment with the reorganization of the Human Resources Unit, now that we've completed hiring of our recruitment team, and to ensure that our recruitment team is ready to hit the ground running, we're engaging in targeted professional learning to ensure that they're fully equipped to navigate the various recruitment platforms, dashboards, and resources to source top-tier talent for our district. We're going to be providing opportunities for teachers to provide input related to improving teacher retention efforts. We will be working to collaborate with region leadership to ensure the Human Resources Unit is informed of all school needs and to ensure school supervisors are aware of adjustments being made by HR. Finally, we'll be working with the Clark County School District's Communication Office to increase the brand awareness of CCSD in alignment with Superintendent Ebert's vision. And thank you for allowing us to present this information tonight. Teacher recruitment continues to be a complex issue. It's not something that can be solved alone or with a one-size-fits-all solution. This is why we've taken a comprehensive, multifaceted approach to both recruitment and retention. We're moving this work forward by setting clear expectations, by closely monitoring our progress, and establishing meaningful goals. By focusing on accuracy, accountability, timely action, and strong customer service, we're working to increase the number of licensed teachers in our classrooms and ensure that our schools are well-equipped. And with that, we are happy to entertain your questions.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Superintendent Ebert if she wants to chime in, but Trustee Henry, I'm going to go first to you for questions soon after. Superintendent Ebert, any comments?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Just extremely proud of the entire team. And we know that this didn't just happen in a day. You know, it takes time to build capacity. We have our great partners and in the higher education system, you know, Nevada State University, UNLV. I was just with UNLV 2 days ago mentioning additional educators in the classroom and the programs that they have for special education teachers. And so we're ramping that component up. But just very proud of the work, and then also grateful to the legislators and the governor last legislative session, not this last one, 2025, but 2023, and being able to increase compensation, which definitely has made an impact for our staff.
Thank you. Trustee Henry, any comments? Questions?
Thank you. I want to ensure you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. I want to commend the team on a great job making sure that we fill vacancies that we've had. Reading over the report and seeing that we've hired so many educators and support staff.
Trustee Henry,
It's
I'm
really,
sorry. Trustee Henry, I'm just going to say, can you restart? Because it sounded muffled to me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I was just saying, I wanted to commend the team on a great job of getting those critical hires filled, the positions. I did have a question. I know that we've hired so many individuals. Did we have like a decrease in any of our positions? Like, were any positions eliminated?
So what I heard was there any positions eliminated? Right? Did you hear that? Or is that what you heard? Okay.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Henry. During 24-25, we did not have any employees reduced in the Clark County School District. Licensed employees, we did not have any.
Thank you. Did that answer your question, Trustee Henry? I will go to Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to applaud you guys, the team. You guys have done such a great job. I know we've just gone through this a lot. And I'm also going to give a special shout out to the engagement team, which they have done a really great job in bringing back morale to the team. My question was on page 6, have we identified what happened in 2022 and 2023, that big jump that we had in recruits? Has there been any identification in that? Page 6.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question, but I'm going to ask you to restate the question now that we have the slide up.
I'm sorry. Have we identified what happened in that year, that time frame of why we had such a large jump in candidates?
2022, 2023?
Yes.
Oh, respectfully, I don't know at this time. I can get you that answer. I can research that answer and get you the information. I was not a part of the department during that year, so but I will work to get you that information.
I don't know if it was a part of tied to some NRS money or some grant, or maybe I know it was during COVID. I don't know what happened, so I was just wondering if we knew what happened. So, thank you.
Yeah, and that's a good question, Trustee Esparza-Straffican. So the slide that we're looking at, the number of candidates in the selection pool, that means people that applied, right? That's how we're reading it. That's what, okay.
That's what I was asking, why
Yeah.
we had so many candidates in that
Yeah.
year.
No,
What-
because another trustee was looking at it differently, but I just wanted to make sure that we were all seeing it the same. And I think I want to note, Jason and Ms. Triana, that your team is new, right? Yes. Right. So,
President, yes, we are new.
and so I don't know if any of the three were here in 2022. I don't know if Ms. Stacy, if you were.
Madam President, yes, I have been in HR since 2016, but I was not in the role where I would have been able to, provide
Okay.
information about that data. I was on the compensation side.
Okay, and so I just want, like, the historical knowledge, you guys may not know it because you weren't in your roles during that time. So thank you for that clarity. Trustee Biassadi.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, HR Chief Triana. Great color, by the way. On slide 5, under recruitment, it mentions a decrease in employment application processing time. While I understand the need to expedite this process, will this compromise the necessary time it requires to do a thorough background check of applicants?
Trustee Biassadi, thank you so much for that question. Absolutely not. This processing time with our different teams, and I'll let Jason Godoza to expand on that, we just really got very close to the work and looking at all the intricacies of the application process. We had a process analysis done by a third party that came in and looked at our process, and really that was in the strategy unit, and so thank you to them. But they helped us and they gave us recommendations on what we could take action on to shorten that processing time, because we all know the longer you have somebody on that line, chances are you might lose them. It's just like fishing, right? That we don't want that fish to die. So we worked really closely with the team to just reduce the processing time in terms of what we were doing in HR. This is aside from what's happening at DPS and with the FBI. We don't control those timelines, but I will say they have been amazing partners in the last year, just working very closely with us, being willing to meet with us monthly and talk through all of our list of pending people.
Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Trustee Barron.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much for this, quite frankly, uplifting and, how should I put this, new breath of fresh air. Last couple of years, it was the city of North Vegas and our schools, the ones who were least likely to have a licensed teacher in front of the children there, right? There's not to denigrate, of course, the subs that were in there. Hey, there's one sub who turned out to be a professional magician who got fully licensed. The students love him. He's made quite an impact. I'm very happy for that. But I really have to commend the team for everything you've done. I guess in the informal polling of the principals that I have access to, it's quite a few in North Vegas, most of them report they're either fully staffed or pretty close, with a few exceptions, because it's natural to have even a couple of, if you have a staff of 120, it's natural to have one or two openings, because people will switch schools or they have switch other families. So that's great. I'm really happy to hear this. And I think our students in North Las Vegas will be much better served with the new team, with what we're doing, and of course the superintendent who is developing an entirely new culture of can-do spirit. And so I have to definitely commend you and your entire team, your deputies, and the entire executive team, making things happen. Quick question. Of course, an actual question. Yeah, I actually do have a question. How's our outlook for special education, especially for these really hard to fit, the outlook? How are we looking?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Barone. We've had multiple discussions with other school districts, other organizations that are experiencing the same difficulties. We just had a meeting today with an organization, and so what we're looking at is how we access and how access and how we engage with individuals about different methods to employment, such as an interim route to certification. As you can imagine, the opportunities in the Clark County School District have decreased. So opportunities for people, for instance, within seeking a secondary English position, seeking a secondary math, they're not as robust anymore, not as abundant. But we do have opportunities in special education. So we're kind of changing the narrative of how we engage with our candidates, what opportunities we do have, what getting into the door of the Clark County School District means for you. So it's not just, in addition to the traditional candidate, we're also having discussions with other agencies that can provide support, that do national recruitment strategies specific to special education.
And I forgot to ask, if you'll indulge me, how are we doing I didn't see our ELL instructors, how we're doing with them? Are we fully staffed in terms of ELL?
We can look into that for you. I don't have that information readily available right now, but I'll be glad to look into that information for you.
Thank you. Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. I do apologize. I did miss the briefing for this, and I wish I could have prepared you all for my question. But I just want to get clarification because there's a lot of messaging out in the media right now. You know, there's a different narrative happening. So can I get clarification from last school year to the beginning of this school year, how many of the positions do not exist anymore? Like, cut is the word that I've been hearing. I just didn't want to say cut. How many positions have been cut? But how many positions just do not exist? Has there been any?
Trustee Zamora, Roanne Trena, for the record, I think we would have to lean on, because as principals have autonomy over their budgets, they can increase and they can decrease, you know, based on the needs of their school. So we don't have that right now.
School-based.
Right.
Okay, that they would have more information on that. And then another narrative I've heard is that there's been some decisions made because of administration that we have now. Like, has there been any positions at risk at more of a local, school levels?
Trustee Zamora, no, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
There are not.
I just want to clarify,
Thank
because
you.
those are things that I've been hearing, and I think this is a great opportunity, because it is public meetings, right, that we're having, and there are questions from community members. And I was just curious, for the positions that have been cut or eliminated, how that would affect the data, but it seems like it's school-based, and that would be more of a local, okay.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. And the clarifications you just gave, Trustee Zamora, were basically what I was going to ask also, because I'm getting the same messages with the same words having to do with cuts and positions that were eliminated, and were those basically included in what the data is that we're being given today. So you answered that already. On a more positive note, I wanted to ask, you know, within all of the good work that you have done in this area, what does your team feel was the most successful with the recruitment? You know, how do you feel like you got the most kind of bang for your buck here?
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. I'll let Jason jump in too, but what jumps out at me first and foremost is relationships. Jason Ganoza, myself, Stacy Smith, we all come from the schools. And so we understand deeply what it means when we don't have teachers in our classrooms. As you know, I've served in a lot of urban core schools here in the Clark County School District where people were not lining up for my jobs. And as a principal, I had to figure that out with my team, and it was challenging. And so knowing that the team has longstanding relationships with schools and leaders across the district, I think relationships, they know, principals know, they have my cell phone number. I won't say it publicly, but they all have my number, and they know if something drops, they can text me at any hour of the day, as well as my team, because we understand that we are here to serve, and the most important thing is to make sure that we have teachers in our classrooms.
Thank you so much. Quick follow-up. And so within those conversations and forging those relationships, does the issue of retention come up to where we're trying to recruit, but retention has been a huge issue?
Trustee Cavazos, if I may, Roanne Triana, that is a narrative out there in the public. Retention is an issue. And if you look at our retention, ladies and gentlemen, we are sitting at a 94.4 retention rate. And if we put it in Chat GPT, what do other large urban districts, where are they running at? We are doing very, very well. So I think it's really important to correct the record that our retention rate in the Clark County School District is awesome. And from what I've heard from other chief human resources officers, they're like, Roanne, you don't want 100% retention rate. There has to be some room for movement because not everybody is a good fit for kids, and so you're going to have some transition. So I'm super proud of 94.4. We want it higher, absolutely, but the reality is we are keeping our people. And in fact, if you look at the licensed personnel coming through today, over 600 licensed people coming in, and look at the large amount of them that are returning from retirement. I think that is a testament to what's being built in the district, that people not only stay, but they want to come back.
Thank you so much. And I actually was not really speaking about like our current retention rate, which I've looked at many times. I was talking about like in the realm of this report as far as recruitment and making this a destination district. And so where they're asking, this is someplace that I want to stay. And so it was more within the realm of that kind of, shall we say, relationship as you brought up.
Thank you.
If I could just add,
Yes.
I think it's super powerful. People want to come here when they hear about all the amazing things happening in our classrooms. And as you guys well know, there's been a lot of positive media around the district, becoming a destination district. People are very curious. What does that mean? And Jason Ganoza could speak for the recruitment side as to the conversations happening. But it is very exciting. People are very curious. And I think the more positivity and, like you said, with our engagement unit and communications, getting the word out there, we have a lot of people applying for jobs now. And I have not seen that in the 26 years that I've been here.
Thank you so much. And speaking of retention, we have teachers right now that are in audience right now that are still hanging in there, waiting to hear maybe public comment or to speak themselves. So I consider that part of retention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Superintendent Ebert, did you want to chime in?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. The conversation around losing staff, I think, is very important that we all know and set the record straight. We have the highest number of licensed staff that we've ever had. So the positions are here and they're up. Now, I don't want to discount at the same time people say, well, at my school. Yes, because as we know, we have transiency within our schools. We have programmatic shifts that individual principals know that they need to focus more in English language arts, in our early literacy being one of our goals, K-3. So they want to add more staff in that area. So shifting staff is something that happens. But we need to all understand we are not losing staff as a totality for the Clark County School District. We have positions that are filled, as noted, for many years that have not been filled. So we all should be very proud of what has transpired and then also get the correct information out there about the numbers. And again, I want to be crystal clear, not to discount individuals that may have, well, I was at, school X and my position isn't there anymore. Well, at the same time, there's maybe not 50 kids that, the enrollment went down at that specific school. So we've always, for 30 years have had shift within our school district, but we all should be lifting up these numbers that we have, celebrating our staff that are here, that are staying with us, and value and respect all of their work as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Satori.
Thank you very much. And yes, thank you for your hard work, and those numbers are fantastic, especially 94% retention for such a large district. I believe I had heard that we do have an exit survey. I just wanted to clarify that. Do we survey if they're moving out of state or why they did leave?
Yes, Trustee Satora, Stacy Smith. For the record, we do have an exit survey. The exit survey prior to this group was not monitored. We have taken on monitoring the exit survey monthly. We have a team that follows up with employees former employees, that submit their separation and request follow-up. So we do follow up with them. If it's a huge concern, I take the survey information personally, and I have a conversation with the department that maybe they left or the site and provide the feedback to them.
Okay, thank you. And two more questions, if I may. I know we have in the past attended out-of-state hiring fairs and things. Did we attend any for this school year?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Satori. Yes, we will be attending out-of-state fairs. Well, part of our restructuring philosophy was ensuring that the locations that we're traveling to have a confirmed teacher education program, special education program, and when we're going to a designated site, what other programs are within an acceptable distance that we can piggyback to. So when we're going to location A, we can also hit location B, C, D, all at the same time.
Excellent. And are there, I know also that at times we've had different incentives like housing assistance, relocation, different things like that. And I don't think any of those are in place currently. Is that correct? So
Trustee Satori, that is correct.
Okay.
Currently, we don't have those incentives.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, I have three questions, and hopefully they're really quick. The first, you use the term geofencing. I'm just unfamiliar with it. Can you share what that means, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question, Trustee Johnson. Geofencing is taking a look at the geographic location that we're trying to target and utilizing technology to access individuals within that perimeter of a targeted area.
Got it. So it's like a targeting mechanism for recruitment.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Trustee Johnson, can I just also add and piggyback on that? So we watch trends across the country, who's laying off and those types of things. And we target and we use our platforms, like all of our recruitment platforms that you hear about all the time, LinkedIn, what are the other ones, Mr. Ganoza, that I can't think of? Beamery, but that launches through all the different nationwide channels, so we can target people.
So then if we were going to do targeted recruitment and you're doing geofencing, will we put parameters in like, for example, places that have a higher cost of living or places that are more densely populated so that, you know, it's more enticing to come from place A to here?
Trustee Johnson, yes, that's correct. We can create a geofencing strategy for a variety of reasons, whether it be employee layoffs, whether it be weather in a cold climate. Maybe you want to move to beautiful Las Vegas. Or the West Coast, right? So yes, we can target an area for a variety of reasons.
Thanks for the education. All right, the 300 vacancies that are filled with, I imagine they may be long-term subs in those classes, or did we collapse classrooms for those spaces? Meaning collapsing, meaning like just two classrooms now in one.
Good question, Trustee Johnson. That would be a site-based decision as to whether or not they're collapsing or bringing groups together. As far as the fill rate of the vacancy positions, we had a 99% fill rate with vacancy subs on the first day of school.
That's great, thank you. And then if at some point in the future, so we've determined that, you know, we get to X point in the year and we know that we don't believe we'll hire for those, would the money that we would have used to pay those people, do we reallocate that, or does it just sit in the general fund and just roll over to the next year?
Trustee Johnson, great question. Really it came down to what the principal wanted to do on for the best interest of their kids.
Got it. Okay.
So that's really.
And then the last question I had is, I know most of this was 24, 25, because it was kind of end of the year data. Do we get a start of the year figure so that we can do some comparison from where we were a year ago to just where we are today to see 25, 26 data?
Trustee Johnson, I love that question. These targets were set when Focus 2024 was first developed, so we have to stay true to that, but we look forward to updating you with the good news soon.
I appreciate it. Thanks for humoring me with those quick questions.
President Bustamante, I would just like to add, when we were discussing retention rates, I think we need to give an acknowledgement to our school leaders, to our department leaders, because the culture in those departments and at those schools is a major contributing factor to the retention rate. So I would just like to acknowledge the efforts of all of the leaders and the employees of the Clark County School District for their efforts.
Thank you for that. And Trustee Esparza-Strophigan will close this out.
She said finish and wrap it up. So Jason, you read my mind. What I want to extend, though, is to the teachers. Because I'm going to tell you, the best relationship builder and recruiter is a teacher in a building to get other teachers to come to you. What I do want to say is just some quick feedback, because we don't always get this opportunity. So your workshops. So the workshops that you're doing for some of our support staff, I don't know if we're doing them for teachers as well. So I think that's really helpful, because people really, it's cumbersome. It's really challenging, but I'm hearing some great things, and I do see the advertising on LinkedIn. So if you could consider that for all levels, that's our pipeline, our parapros. Hey, we have bus drivers, become a teacher. There's a pipeline. So, but I just wanted to say to you that that's the feedback that I've been getting, is those workshops are very helpful.
Thank you. And Superintendent Ebert, I saw, did you want to chime in, or you're good?
I'll go ahead and take care of the question that Trustee Johnson had asked in regard to the funding with the vacant positions. That those dollars stay at the individual schools. It is not at the district level.
Great. With that, this was not an action item, so thank you, Ms. Triana, for you and your team. We're going to go ahead and move on to 3.09, which is for possible action. Before I open it up, is there anyone that has not had a chance to complete a public speaker card? And do we have anybody, Ms. No. Trustee Zamora? Okay. Seeing none, public comments, then please proceed.
Well, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Brandon McLaughlin, Chief Facilities, for the record. We're going to walk through Focus 2024, focused on school operation continuity. This strategy is under the operational effectiveness and efficiency and sound fiscal management perspective of the Focus 2024 initiative. And I'm progressing here. We have shared 3 updates on consent agenda previously. They're listed here as early as last August. And the theory of action is that if we replace critical failing systems at the end of their life expectancy, this will ensure the continuity of all school operations with 0 closures. So if we maintain accurate facilities data and replace critical systems at their end of their useful life, that it ensures that we have more operational continuity of our schools, and students and staff have to be displaced less. The strategies to achieve this is improving our cost efficiencies within operations to then allocate capital improvement funds for the modernization of existing building components with an imminent likelihood of failure. So some great results we've seen. The 2023-2024 target at 0% was a very lofty goal at the time, set in 2019. There's not any districts, to my knowledge, within the country that achieve 0%, and maybe I'm just not looking under the right rock, but that's a very difficult challenge to find even in the best operated districts. Happy to report, though, 2022-2023, we saw 87% of mechanical, electrical, plumbing equipment, which are the ones that tend to force a school closure operationally, at 87%. So we had a lot of systems in that danger zone, critical watch and watch lists. We have made marked improvement in that. So 2023, 2024, We were able to achieve 70% of equipment on that danger, critical, and watch lists, and 24, 25, we were able to achieve 63% of equipment on that list. Like I said, data from other comparison districts is very difficult to achieve, but there's not a continuity of how districts report this and the mechanism by which they could, so no comparisons for that sake. Last but not least, the challenges, successes, and lessons learned. Staffing continues to be a challenge from a contracting standpoint, and so many of these critical watch pieces to be replaced require skilled trade laborers in the construction field, and when there's a heavy construction field consuming a lot of those resources, it becomes challenging to allocate staff of our contracting partners to go take care of one or two pieces of equipment on a school as rapidly. We also continue to identify and strategize on any statutory and regulatory procurement and thresholds imposed upon how we procure public works, and we're making good strides in how to advocate for some of those. We also continue to have challenges about the availability of capital funds as I've presented in similar CIP or capital improvement plan presentations in the past. Some successes, we had the critical HVAC initiative in the spring that we presented, and we are now complete with that initiative, and we saw the benefits of that this Monday by far, so that's one success metric. We also have 16 comprehensive modernizations either completed already or are still underway. So we're seeing a lot of those older schools get the necessary repairs and capital replacements on HVAC equipment, plumbing pieces of equipment, mitigating that percentage down. We're also having 6 school replacements that we celebrated reopening this week as well, and last week too, which takes some of those older aging schools out of commission with newer facilities. We also have some lessons learned. So comprehensive modernizations are huge feats, we found out. The strategy for that was go in with a contractor once so you have less disruption to schools. The challenge with that is to phase it logistically and identify scope to a degree of precision is a challenge. So appropriately scoping those is something we learned along the way. And also, we learned that we need to utilize some technology tools, including AI, for more predictive maintenance outcomes downstream to try to identify when certain pieces of equipment may fail prematurely ahead of that useful life marker. So the next steps, we'll continue assessing our facility portfolio, and we'll continue leveraging new and emerging technologies on the facilities front. We'll continue to update our CIP to drive investment to some of these critically failing systems where it's most needed. And last but not least, establishment of a digital twin. This is just the enhancement of technology so that we have technological resources at a central location to be able to see what's going on in the building without having to dispatch technicians. So we're going to continue to advocate and build out that program as well. So with that, I'll stop for any questions, clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from trustees? Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President, and I appreciate the board's letting me ask the questions as the night grows. So thank you for all your hard work, and I really appreciate the reopening of Lundy and just all of the reopenings was a really great thing to see into the school, into this new year. And I want to also make sure I highlight the HVAC initiative that you had because, even though there were hiccups and there's always going to be hiccups and challenges, from my understanding, the feedback I received from principals is that each time there was an answer, there was a solution, there was action. There was no scrambling, there was a plan. And so I really appreciate that initiative and that leadership in that front. My question was geared towards staffing. So, and I'm trying not to step on any landmines, but when I hear about unions having people waiting for job sites and stuff, is there any kind of connection that we can start building some partnerships without moving into another union, where we can start allowing work or men that are trained or men and women that are trained in the trades to come and work for CCSD on our schools, and they're probably students from our schools as well.
Brandon McLaughlin for the record. There are 3 great recruitment tools, if I can grab words from the last presentation, regarding skilled trade that our team is beginning to implement and explore. And certain things are coming back from what used to be, but student workers is one big one. We have construction management programs at many of our CTAs. Those are captive students that can enter into our skilled trades pathways. The other one would be, yes, working with, it pains me when I hear that skilled trade labor union halls have guys sitting there, and women as well, sitting there, and they have a wealth of knowledge, and they're sitting there because there's no construction tickets to take that day. And we have open work orders. So that's a partnerships that we're exploring with many of the unions coming up. And the third is similarly with other agencies around town. You hear our Henderson partners, our Las Vegas partners, our county partners, all have skilled laborers as well, and they have a manageable amount of workload. And then similarly, when our schools need it most, our kids need it most, and we would love to be able to draw on some of those resources. That's a partnership we're going to attempt to form over time.
I really love that. I'm really ecstatic about that idea, because if we can utilize their resources and then maybe they just invoice us, that would be a great partnership to have with the municipalities and with unions. So thank you.
Thank you. Any, Trustee Henry, do you have any questions? Okay. I didn't see any public comment, right? Did I already ask for public comment? I did. Okay. I will entertain a motion. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion for 3.10, Focus 2024 Strategic Plan Update. Maintenance and ground, oh, excuse me, back it up. People, don't get happy. 3.09, Focus 2024 Strategic Plan Update on School Operations Continuity as presented.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez.
I would like to second the motion.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Will you please cast your votes? Trustee Henry? Did I lose her?
She's gone.
Oh. I think that, okay. I will take the, can you give me the vote count? I think I can do it in my head, but it just. Joe, can you hit the vote count button? There you go. Okay, that passes 6-0. Thank you. Now we're going to move to item 3.10. Before I open it, is there anyone that did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card? Vice President Zamora, do we have anybody in this section? None? Okay. Seeing none, then that public comment is closed. Please proceed.
Good evening again, Brandon McLaughlin, or Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Brandon McLaughlin, Chief Facilities. For the record, I am also joined by Mr. Tom Nizatich of our maintenance team. We are today talking about Maintenance and Grounds Department's levels of service. This again is under the operational effectiveness and efficiency under sound fiscal management, a part of the Focus 2024 plan. We've presented previously on this, again, as most recent as last August, and again, dating back to 2019. The theory of action is that if we increase the level of service in accordance with the Association of Physical Plant Administrators, or APPA, you'll hear us reference often, standards, those service requests will then decrease and the facility asset life expectancy will increase. So if we improve our preventative maintenance, we reduce our service calls and increase our equipment life and expectancy. So the strategy to achieve this is to improve services to schools and departments by determining and attaining staffing for target service levels in accordance with the maintenance and grounds of APPA. So at this point in time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Tom Nizatich.
Great, thank you. Proud to be here. Welcome. As we look at the Maintenance and Grounds Department level of service overall results and status. It's important to understand that APPA, or APA as I'll refer to it, sets some very stringent criteria for how they grade levels of service, and they range from a level 1, which is the highest number, to a level 5, which is the lowest level of service. So as these goals were set at the outset of the Focus 2024 initiative, as again, they've set some pretty high standards for levels of service in maintenance. Comprehensive stewardship is a level 2. That is a very high level of service. We can provide, if requested, some more targeted components as to what makes comprehensive stewardship, but think of it as not quite the showpiece facility, but pretty darn close. So it is a high level of service. And then when it comes to grounds levels, they set a goal of a 2.0, which again is a very high level of maintenance. So as you look at the results across the last several years, we kind of gained a little bit of a 0.25 over the 2024-25 actual. So we did make a little bit of improvement there, but understanding the size and scope of our operations, that's a very aggressive step to make. So I'm very proud of what our teams have done in regards to that. So to compare this to other large districts, unfortunately, there isn't a lot of data available, as other districts may not employ these APA standards. They may have other matrices that they use for gauging levels of service. But according to this Focus 2024, the APA standard was what we were shooting for. So throughout this process, and as you may know, I joined the district last year, so this has been a real eye-opener for me to go through an entire school year and see exactly how we address these kind of concerns. So the challenges that we encountered: consistently and adequately compensating our skilled trades. It's really a challenge for us to compete in this market. Lots of other municipalities, other large employers consistently pay higher than we do. So it's really a tough recruitment thing for us. Of course, along with the inflation increasing building materials costs, it's more expensive now to buy parts and things to fix our locations. And then there are new regulatory barriers to actually utilizing outside contracting service. We've talked a lot about, hey, can't we hire some local companies to help you out with that? Well, there are public works and other regulatory issues that there's a lot of hoops to jump through in order to do that. But we still have seen some successes. In our operational facility manager model, we are getting these teams together and supporting one another out in the regions so that the principals do feel that they have a single point of contact when there's an issue with maintenance or grounds issues. By doing so, that increases the communication with the principals. I'm consistently hearing that they want to know that their voice is heard, and that when they put in a work order, that they're in a timely manner or kept abreast of what's happening. And with 12,000 work orders on average per month, that's a challenge too. But we're jumping in full force. Identifying some process optimizations, lots of flow charts, analyzing what's working, what's not working, getting the folks out in the field to participate with this, very important. The answers are out there. We just need to mine them and get them implemented. And increasing staff productivity and accountability. That was the big thing when I came on board. Being a former small business owner, I wanted to know that all of my teams were working, they were on the job, and where they were at any given time. We've implemented a lot of measures for that. So we're tracking, we're clocking in, clocking out, tracking overtime, all those good things to know that the teams are actually out there and delivering the service that we expect.
Brandon McLaughlin, Chief Facilities for the record. Lessons learned, certainly being more strategic in our limited human resources. So where our technicians are located, what their windshield time is, are things we've continued to learn along the way. increasing our regional maintenance presence. So like Mr. Nizatich mentioned, really deploying resources to a region-based model and really aligning behind that. We've learned a lot about how we deploy resources more rapidly. In the interest of getting down to use of technology to increase communication with site administrators, what does that mean? It means how do we notify principals and other building administrators when work orders are fulfilled or technicians are en route? So starting to implement some of those toys and features of our existing platforms about what people begin to expect when our skilled trades laborers are on their way and conducting their business. So then what's our next steps? We are continue to be reorganizing the facility services unit to increase our customer service and effectiveness in work orders. And we offer aspiring trade paths, like we mentioned in the other discussion, to allow student workers and other staff to continue to learn and gain some of those external resources oftentimes as well. And we'll continue to advocate for additional funding to aid in fulfilling some of the vacancies, as well as some of the recruitment and retention effort in our skilled trades in particular. And then again, we'll continue to push more maintenance personnel to the region-based model, as that allows for a more true single point of contact model. So site administrators don't have to call around to a myriad of maintenance supervisors. They have their facility manager, and that becomes their main point of reference. So at this point in time, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the trustees? Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. I have no questions. Mr. Nizetich, I was very impressed with your resume. I think you're a great addition to the team, and thank you, Brandon, also.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the team. I do want to say I was there at Arborview, and they had requested I was there when they requested some grounds assistance, and in live I saw it. Response was less than 5 minutes, so I thought that was pretty cool. And I would, they don't know I'm there. They just responded, so I thought that was pretty cool. And I've seen a lot happen through that. And I know you mentioned it, and I wanted to say just really quick story is one of my friends their husband grew up helping in their school, helping, cut grass, helping maintain the landscaping on the grass, taking pride in their campus. And I know you mentioned student involvement, so I'd like to hear more on how we're kind of getting students excited to, be excited for their campus and keep their campus clean and maybe even doing a little landscaping.
Brandon McLaughlin for the record. It's a relatively new program that, like I said, old ideas become new again. And so I am joined by Mr. Rob Hutchinson, our Director of Facilities Management. Do you care to talk about the student worker program briefly?
Student worker.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. So we incorporated the student worker program in collaboration with the CTEs. And essentially, we use upper class seniors to do this program because of some of the rules and regulations involved with student workers. And we had to have 2 employees with the student workers. We found success with the student workers, and we kind of wanted to retain those student workers. Unfortunately, they were not, through our current process at the time, they wouldn't qualify for specific jobs. We recognized that and incorporated a pathway, not only for the student workers, but for our own workers, so we don't have career apprenticed. So we just started incorporating these entry-level type positions and these specific STA positions this year. And so we hope to work again with the CTA programs and to bring those student workers back to effect. One example is we had this brilliant and amazing student worker, young lady, who was a welder, and she probably out-welded half of my staff. But unfortunately, she didn't have the years of experience, just the knowledge and the schooling. So we were unable to retain her as an employee. And that's when it really was a slap in the face to me, and when we started working on the pathways for these students. Another thing we started to incorporate, and we kind of need to revamp and do a better job of, in regards to grounds, which is specifically what you asked, We worked with Northwest Career Tech, CTE, because they have like a farm there. And so we created a Gardener 3 position, specifically so that they can, in their job description, they work with students in the class and the teacher and the instructor, so that they can be trained and actually work on their campus taking that pride in their campus and that work.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I know there was a student from Northwest CTA that was highlighted during one of the many award ceremonies we go to, and he had started a business with his farming skills that he had acquired. So I think that's really great that we're doing that, and I'm sure that the superintendent and our chief trio is watching, so thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Ebert?
Thank you, Madam President. Since we have these gentlemen at the table, Rob, Tom, and Brandon, this team also, we gave kudos to many people tonight, but they are on fire. They are doing amazing work. They accepted the challenge that we gave them, and when they are highly functioning, then the principals and the teachers are not worrying about their working conditions. They're able to focus on our children. So I just want to lift up that they have accepted our challenge to keep everything running smoothly. I personally visited a school this Saturday, had some concerns, and on Sunday, Brandon had a team at that school before it opened. So thank you publicly for what you're doing.
Thank you. Trustee Henry, are you, I think it was our technical difficulties. Are you online?
I am online. Can you hear me?
Yes, I just wanted to see if you had any questions.
Thank you. No questions.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So then, since we had no public comment, I will entertain a motion on 3.10. Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to motion to approve 3.10.
Thank you, Trustee Biassatti.
I will second the motion.
Thank you. I have a first and a second to accept the report of 3.10. Please cast your votes. Trustee Henry.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Next, I'd like to open up item 3.11, strategic plan update on employee morale, engagement, and retention. Did anyone not get a chance to complete a public speaker card? We do have some individuals, Ms. Crydell, Ms. Giles, and Dr. Beamel. I don't know, is Ms. Kinsley still in the audience? No. Okay. Ms. Sear, if you'd like to begin.
Good evening, President Bustamante Adams, trustees, Superintendent Ebert, and members of the community. For the record, my name is Kirsten Sear, Chief Community Engagement Officer. Tonight, I am joined by Dr. Keating, Assistant Superintendent of Community Partnerships and Government Relations, and Pogos Kazachidze. I've been working on it all night. Director of the Team Engagement Department. We are pleased to share an update on one of the key focus areas of the 2024 strategic plan, employee morale, engagement, and retention. As you know, our vision is that all students progress in school and graduate prepared to succeed and contribute in a diverse global society. Achieving that vision starts with our people, our teachers, other licensed professionals, principals, school police, support professionals, substitutes, and administrators. When our employees feel valued, supported, and recognized, they are more likely to remain with the district and bring their best every day for our students. Over the years, the board has consistently emphasized the importance of this work. We've brought forward presentations annually since 2019, tracking progress and refining strategies. Our work in this area is guided by a simple theory of action. If we provide meaningful recognition opportunities that develop, recognize, and support our staff, then employee morale, engagement, and retention will increase. This approach isn't just about saying thank you, it's about embedding recognition into our culture, ensuring employees feel seen, celebrated, and connected through our shared mission. I will now pass the microphone to Dr. Keating to continue this presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Sear. Brad Keating for the record. Our strategies focus on both community-driven and internally driven recognition. We engage principals, department heads, and the community in recognizing employees across all levels. We've enhanced tools like the Rave Review program to make it easier for leaders to highlight excellence. We've expanded recognition categories to include customer service, perfect attendance, innovation, and outstanding performance. And we've sought partnerships to provide incentives for employees in hard-to-fill areas. The results have been encouraging. If you look at the recognition numbers, in the year 2019-2020, we recognized 1,319 employees. That number has grown steadily, reaching 6,713 in 23-24, and now 9,464 recognitions this year alone. So we are very proud of the work that we have done, and the team's been working every day. While there are no district comparisons, if we go to the next slide, I just want to say how incredible of a job this team engagement department has done. Cumulatively, more than 33,000 individuals, employees, parents, community members, and others have participated in recognizing our staff, shattering the original goal set in Focus 2024 of 10,000 individuals. This tells us that the culture of recognition is taking hold and more people are joining in to celebrate the incredible work happening in the Clark County School District. I'll now turn the mic over to Pogos Kazanchian.
Thank you, Dr. Keating. President Buste Adams, Trustee, Superintendent Ebert, Pogos Kazanchian, Director of the Team Engagement Department for the record. While we're proud of this momentum, we also recognize there are challenges. One of our biggest challenges is balancing recognition events with the need to protect instructional time. On the successes side, we've seen participation in our 5K and wellness fair has doubled since the first year we ran it. We were offering wellness resources to more staff. We're all looking forward to seeing you guys out there on October 19th. This year it's going to be the CCSD Monster Dash and Wicked Wellness Fair because of the Halloween theme. We launched last year CCSD's Got Talent to highlight the many gifts of our employees, especially their singing abilities. The next one will be on February 27th, and it's going to be at the HyperX Arena at the Luxor Hotel. A special celebration we did last year, we honored employees that had more than 40 years of service in the district. That was a special celebration we did at the Pop Stroke in Town Square. We've also been recognizing employees on state and federal employee days like Nurses Day, Librarians Day, Paraprofessionals Day, etc. We've also been ensuring our service awards are now going out on a monthly basis. They're sent to administrators so they can be given to the employee the same month of their milestone. From these successes, we've learned that sustainable recognition programs, those that can happen monthly at the school level or department level and with community support are the most impactful. Looking ahead, our next steps include expanding our monthly recognition programs, working with our community partners, expanding sustainable recognition programs across schools, departments, and for our substitute staff, submitting more employees for state and federal awards for recognition, and launching our exemplary attendance program, which is starting off this month. Ultimately, this work strengthens trust and reinforces that the community is invested in supporting our staff. The enthusiasm we've seen tells us this isn't just a district priority; it's something the entire community values. That concludes our presentation. I do want to take a moment to personally thank the leaders sitting next to me. Their vision, support, and guidance helps drive this work and strives for us to make continuous improvements. I'd also like to thank my team, Cameron, Emily, Ryan, and Roger, for all they do on a daily basis to ensure we're constantly working towards enhancing our recognition efforts and making impact. Their hard work and dedication makes all this possible. Superintendent, we're happy to turn it over for you for comments and welcome any questions or discussions from the board.
Thank you so much. Superintendent Ebert, do you want to chime in? Or nope? Okay. We're going to take questions. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to note that Clark County School District is the largest employer in Clark County and one of the top employers in Nevada. So that you know, we have 44,000 plus employees, so that's an enormous task to take on. And you guys have been doing such a phenomenal job. I wrote down the Starlight Awards, the CCSD's Got Talent, and now with the 5K coming up and the Monster Mash, I don't know what that is, but I'm excited for it. And so, yeah, I just wanted to highlight that those are some amazing things. And I enjoyed the CCSD's Got Talent. I think it was great. I think we should be bringing those teachers back every time that they, I think that there was like the top tier that made it through. We should invite them over for other events and stuff. I really like that we invited the singer for the summer graduations. We had Dominique, who was the winner for CCSD's Got Talent, back for summer graduation to sing the national anthem. So that was really awesome to highlight that. So I just wanted to note that, and thank you for your work.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, and thank you again for all of your hard work. And I especially want to, my colleague here pointed out some of the really great things you do, and you will want to know about the Monster Mash, Lydia. You will want to know about that. I especially wanted to point out the work with just all the community events, the Family Engagement Center, and one of my favorites with the Superintendent's Student Advisory Council. That is just absolutely really coming along. I look forward to this next year. But I think that sometimes people do not realize that with graduations and all the other things that you do, how much work and planning goes into this in involving, you know, the community, the educators, and our parents, especially our parents and our students. So I just want to thank you for all of that you do.
Thank you. Trustee Barron.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was noting, of course, in the report, the special recognition for some of our employees, our educators who have 40 years plus. I can think of one teacher. She was my brother's teacher over at Jim Bridger. Yeah, and she's probably, I think she's in the top 3 or top 4 in the seniority list. The closest I got, I think, was 997 or 998. Was trying to bust that, but I never did. But anyhow, well, do we have any special plans? I mean, we hear, you know, of course, our younger generation, the Gen Zers, right? With them, you know, although people of my generation, I'm not going to say when I graduated because I'm not to offend me, but I might offend other people. But people in my generation, we're expected to have between, you know, 3 and 5 careers for a lifetime. But, well, of course, with the newer generations, the Gen Zers, supposedly they will be experiencing more careers in their lifetime. Are we doing anything special to recruit and retain these young people who they have a lot to offer, and they're way closer to our student group, our student population than I am? We're doing anything like to tailor what we're doing to retain them? Or are there any plans to, maybe?
Thank you, Trustee. Brad Keating for the record. To answer your question, so I think a few things. Number one, as the students today are much younger and brighter than I will ever be. So we
not as good looking.
Yeah, thank you for that. They have less gray hair, but they have. We utilize them through the Superintendent Student Advisory Council very much to talk to them about the best ways to connect with our teachers and our staff. They're they've come up with great ideas about writing letters to their teachers that are meaningful to them, that have gone back. They've gone to teachers that they had years and years previous. The other thing I want to mention is we've got a great partnership. In 2027, the college national football playoff is coming here, the final game for the college football championship. We're working closely with them on a number of different initiatives over the next 2 years. One of those initiatives that we're working on is working with Gia Moore, her shop, the CTE programming, and our teacher pathway programming, where our students are wanting to become teachers. And the college football playoff system will help us retain them, give them incentives to be excited, and help them through their college as they move forward in the system. So we're trying to move as young as we can to get them engaged right away and help them through their college so that they come back to us.
That's good. That's good. And then one more follow-up question. I try to explain, you know, again, over the city of North Vegas, you know, we have, you know, our cops and on our fire, and of course, you know, more mature firefighters, they tell us that our younger recruits, they're into different kind of things, right? They look at different incentives. For them, time off is even more important, than to the older guys. We try to throw money at them, but that's not always, the very best thing. They value their time off so they can go to the beach and stuff like that. But in reference to our younger employees, I'm going to say, what are we doing anything to like connect them more with the social media? I mean, in the Latino community, the number one way to get out information is to go through the Latino, the social media influencers, right? People my age, well, again, I'm dating myself here. I'll still watch a little bit of Univision, and Telemundo, but for the younger people, right? If it's not on, if it's not on TikTok, and they can't get it from the Wi-Fi, right? It doesn't happen, Yeah, Wi-Fi, I'm learning all these things as I go along. So, is there any way we can engage with our younger employees, especially our golden teachers here? And by the way, the reason why it is important, what I found as a teacher, although I had sometimes 20, 25 years in, what I found was when the influx of the younger teachers, man, they were a godsend to our school because they came in with lots of great ideas, new ways of doing things right, new ways to engage the students right. Our young teachers, they are a vital asset, to keep us relevant, right? So is there anything that we can do with social media to, of course, engage and retain and maybe even recruit, these I'm calling them Gen Zers too, and some of them, the millennials are no longer, the youngsters anymore. They're like, they're in their 30s. Just saying, and people talking stuff. I remember Barone, old guy, Gen X, right? Look in the mirror, right?
Sorry, trustee.
Anyhow, so yeah, you get the idea.
I just forgot. Was there a question or that?
Yeah, there was a question.
I got.
You fell asleep during my question.
I'm happy to
How do we use
answer
the social media to engage, our younger employees?
Trustee Barone Kirsten's here for the record. Yeah, we are, I think everybody's brains are changing, right? Gen Z, millennials. I mean, I'm technically Gen X, and I feel like my attention span is very short. So we're talking about all sorts of different ways that we can communicate with folks, right? And that's sort of the gold standard of communication, right? Is we're doing shorter videos, we're doing newsletter posts that are much shorter with links. You can kind of peruse a newsletter really quickly, figure out what you want to click on. We're talking about all sorts of different ways that we can distribute information to principals so that they can distribute to their folks. So long story short, we're thinking of how do we target folks in many different ways in terms of communication. And I think that's for all generations, right? So.
Thank you. Trustee Satori.
Thank you so much. I love this. I love celebrating employees and teachers. So what I was going to say, now I lost my train of thought after. I was like, where was I going anyway? But what I was going to say is the community connection, the community partners piece. I know Superintendent Ebert has been working really hard on developing our community partners. It was great to see them at the admin kickoff. I also was able to attend at Gearing when F1 gave those tickets away to the staff. So I just got, it's not really a question, just wanted to kind of say publicly I'd love to see and say to our communities, partners out there to just continue to help us celebrate our teachers. Nothing makes them feel better than being seen and recognized and that we know the hard work that they're doing. So any of those partnerships that we can continue to gather to do those celebrations for them is wonderful.
Well, thank you. And very quickly, we're working on a partnership plan right now to ensure that every school has at least one business that's connected with them to provide incentives and celebrations.
Fantastic.
So hopefully you'll see more of that soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Biasotti?
I'd like to make a motion if we're ready.
No, not yet, but I'll come back to you. Trustee Henry? Any
No
questions?
questions for me.
Okay.
No questions for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bemo and Ms. Crydell, if you would come forth. And then I have Stephanie Kingsley. I don't think she's here anymore. And then Ms. Giles, you will close us out. Oh.
For teachers and workers, very appreciative of your offer after very teacher-like, right? Teacher-student love. All right.
Good? Okay. Good evening, Tiffany Beamer for the record. Tonight's presentation on employee morale, engagement, and retention outlines a vision that I support in principle, one that recognizes and celebrates the people who are the heartbeat of this district. The data shows that recognition efforts have increased with over 9,000 employees honored this year, more than 33,000 recognition moments shared since the program began. That's commendable progress, and it matters. However, I want to speak plainly. Morale cannot be sustained on recognition alone. For veteran teachers, recognition must also be paired with monetary and professional investment. Many of us not only give to all of our students, but we also go above and beyond to uplift our colleagues, both licensed and professional staff. We write rave reviews, we celebrate CCSD recognition days with Teacher Tuesdays and We Are CCSD Wednesdays. We organize acknowledgments from We organize acknowledgments from our own time and resources because we know morale is contagious. But these moments should not stop at a certificate or an email. There needs to be follow through from an administration. Tangible recognition that reinforces these efforts and makes employees feel valued beyond the token gesture. And I will tell you, the reason that I put that in here is because at a previous issue, or previous situation, I got a rave review from a parent. It meant a lot to me, but my administrator came into my room, threw it on my desk, and said, "Here you go," and walked out. It was very defeating, right? Because that parent took the time to actually do that. They go to the administrators, and then just to have it thrown at me in the middle of my class was just like, okay, cool, that's great. But I still talk to that parent, and we're really good friends now, okay? Another way that you can help with employee morale is to change the personal day sick policy. I think it's so cute that you guys want to give perfect attendance awards when you discourage that in elementary school. When kids are sick, stay home. That was our big push, right? That all happened, and now we're going to give away awards to employees who come to school sick and tired and run down, rather than taking the personal days and sick days policy and adjusting it so that we can actually use personal days even if we get sick throughout the school year. And if you're not sure what that means, if you take more than 5 sick days, you get no personal days at all. You get one universal day, and that's it. So if your kid gets sick, if you get sick, if God forbid your parents get sick and you have to stay home with them, something goes wrong, something goes sideways, you lose out on your personal days because you have to take sick time, and that's not really a morale builder, nor is celebrating going to work sick and run down and tired by saying, here's a certificate for perfect attendance, when we put elementary schools down for doing that. And we do it all the time. We tell people don't do that because we want kids to stay home when they're sick. You can't tell the kids to do that and then tell the teachers the opposite thing. It's bad messaging. If the board truly wants to move beyond symbolic gestures and create lasting morale, the path is clear. One incentive you could do that we did at Disney was pay employees to recruit other people to join your job. We got $500 a person.
Thank you. Ms. Cradell?
Good evening. My name is Vicki Cridell, for the record. I am a classroom teacher, 3rd grade. I do appreciate that you appear to be making an effort to address morale. I'm speaking specifically about educator morale. This is an issue nationwide, not just in CCSD, but for many reasons, this issue is getting increasingly worse in our state and our district. One of the reasons retention is so vital is that teacher turnover negatively affects student performance. It also undermines school improvement efforts, and since this is of such importance to this board and this district, you would think there would be a sincere effort to work on the issue, an effort based on input from your educators. In my personal opinion, the problem here is that this report is very superficial. It isn't touching on any of the issues that actually affect educator morale. Besides frustrations with pay, educators are frustrated with administrator lack of support with student behaviors, unreasonable workloads, impossible district mandates, hostile workplaces, and lack of ways to report issues in our buildings. Protecting educator planning time is also a big issue. And there's a culture of retaliation in CCSD that's so severe that people are afraid to come here to speak to you about things happening at their schools. These are just a few things that affect morale. I could go on for another 10 minutes on this alone. In the future, it would build some trust and goodwill for the district to have a real discussion about morale. Let's talk about what is hurting it, and also some things that some administrators are doing that improve morale at their school. We don't want just awards or recognition. What we really want are safe, healthy schools to work in, with administrators who respect and value us. We want to know our administrators have our backs with students, and they will do their best to help us keep that work-home balance. We are asking you to do better, CCSD. Your educators need you to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Childs?
Hi, good evening again. While I appreciate the attempt while I appreciate the attempt to improve the employee morale and retention, these suggestions won't even scratch the surface. Support professionals are treated in a punitive manner versus a collaborative one. I feel like this message is not filtering down to the administrators at the school levels. Providing support professionals with professional development would lift them up and bring them and give them resources that they need to become successful and have a long career with CCSD. Support professionals deserve to be treated with respect and consideration in their roles with the students that they serve. Changes are made to their duties without any input from the employees doing them. They know how best to do their duties and should be given the opportunity to offer ways to improve them. Instead, they are treated as less than and with disdain. We've only been in school for 4 days, and our office has been inundated with calls from support professionals requesting assistance to issues that they are having at their sites. Just a few, because like the previous speaker said, I could go on for 10 minutes. CSMs are required to wear a uniform shirt now, and no consideration was taken into the type of material that it's made with or the color, and they're out in 110-degree heat. They are only giving 2 shirts, but yet they're required to wear them for 5 days. And now this has put a target on them. When they leave the property, people know who they are, and if they've had an issue with a student, now there's a target on them and they can be easily identified. Computer techs are required to do yard duty and cover the front office and do clerical duties. This isn't in their job description. Like, a lot of administrators take liberty with that other duties as assigned, and it doesn't mean that they can do any and everything that the administrator wants them to. They're being required to sign in and out, even though the district has no system to accommodate this. They're being micromanaged and in order to assert power over them. This is not an environment anyone wants to come to work in. So like the previous speaker said, there still should be other things to work on other than just recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Biasotti, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion to adopt Agenda 3.11, Focus 2024 Strategic Plan Update, Employee Morale, Engagement, and Retention.
Thank you for that motion to accept the report as presented. Trustee Barron.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Please cast your votes. Trustee Henry. Oh, and me. Oh, she's on. Okay.
Can you hear me? Aye.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Henry. That motion passes 7-0. This brings up our last item, which is public comment. These are for items not listed as action items on the agenda, and we do have individuals. There's an area for public comment on my left and one on my right. So Mary Frances Marlin, are you still in the audience? I am. Yes, if you could take the podium. And then also David, gonna mess this up. Scar, S-C-A-R-I-N-G-E. David, how about, and Ms. Crydell? If you'd like to come up, you're the,
It's coming over here.
and then after Ms. Crydell, Candace Nichols. No, so David's not here, Candace. Do I have Ms. Hurtado? Mr. Miss. Okay. Right up here.
I'll begin. Good evening, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Mary Frances Marlin. I'm a master's prepared nurse in public health nursing, and I've taught nursing for the University of Phoenix for 27 years. Long time. I'm here to talk to you about kids' safety and to keep kids safe from injuries and death. And that really has been a passion I have had in being able to explain this. I have produced a book on topics of unintentional injuries, and you may think that kids get hurt because of an accident. Well, I can tell you there are very few accidents. They're very few because we know who is going to have something happen to them. We know what's going to happen. We know where they're going to be. We know what they're doing. So we call these now unintentional injuries and not accidents. And I have with me something that I do all the time because we need to bust the myths, because we do not understand how these accidents happen. And that is something we have got to stop. So on my phone here, I have the sound of a child drowning. And I'm going to play it for you, not loudly, and I won't play it for you long, but you have got to hear it.
Pay attention. It's part of your public comment. Please proceed. It's
Am
part
I
of
able-
your 3 minutes. Hold
Am
on
I
for a
able to
second.
do this? Well, let
Madam
me just
President?
tell you, you would hear nothing because drowning is silent. There is no cry, there is no scream, there is no shout, there's no mommy, daddy, help, nothing. Unless you see the child go into the water, you will not know that they are in trouble. We had a 2-year-old who, the pool man came to clean the pool, and they let the 2-year-old go out with him. Only problem was he forgot the 2-year-old was there. He left and locked the door, and the 2-year-old drowned. 2 brothers in a bathtub, young one in front of him. Mom went to get the phone. The young one fell forward, and the older one thought he was just playing. He drowned. Other topics that I cover, calling 911, having a magic circle around them, crossing the street, helmet, having a secret code word, which is so important. I invite you to have this book be part of the curriculum so that we have these kids be safe. And I am very happy to go and present free of charge to any group. I just spoke to the senior surrogate grandparents, and they were so happy to hear all of this information. So please invite me to come to speak to groups that you may have. I would share this information with you. I do have flyers that you may have that gives you a little bit more information on this. I thank you. Together, let's join this passion and stop these kids from dying or being injured when they don't need to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marlin. Ms. Crydell, you were second, and then I'll turn over to Ms. Hurtado. So hold on for a second. You want to go? Okay. She's going to go ahead while she transitions. Thank you, Ms. Marlin.
Thank you.
You can give that information to staff. And then, Ms. Hurtado, yes, just please say your name for the record.
Good evening, Superintendent, Madam President, and trustees. My name is Fidel Valle Hurtado, and I am one of the interpreter and translators here at CCSD. I am here to talk about the recent decision to end telework for our team and relocate us to a portable classroom at a school where 6 to 7 interpreters will conduct interpretations many times concurrently, and how this affects how we serve the families who depend on our service. We learned on this change only through our immediate supervisor, who said it came from a higher supervisor. To date, we have received no official explanation, no information on who made this decision, what evidence or concerns it was based on, or whether any union representatives were consulted. Many of the parents we assist are navigating a new school system, a new country, and a new language. They often arrive at meetings uncertain, overwhelmed, and fearful of being misunderstood. We are the bridge to understanding, the voice they hear in their own language, the ones explaining IEPs, disciplinary actions, school policies, and academic progress in terms that they can understand. For about 20 years, our home office arrangement has been an effective way to provide these services. It has given us the quiet, disruption-free environment required for the highly complex, cognitively demanding work of interpretation while safeguarding the confidentiality of student information. Under this system, families have been served, school teams have been satisfied, and there has been no risk of breach of privacy. The environment in which we interpret matters. Accuracy, confidentiality, and focus are not luxuries and should not be compromised. They are essential to the job we do. Placing interpreters in a portable classroom with 5 or 6 other interpreters with background interpretations which will be inevitably heard by the remote school teams and the interpreters themselves, even with noise-canceling equipment, will compromise confidentiality and increase the chance of inaccuracies due to disruptions, and also the chance of lawsuits. And also, this can only send a message that language access and the privacy of our family's information are secondary. Respectfully, we ask for clear answers, the reason for this decision, the purpose, and most importantly, the goal it is intended to achieve. We're not asking for special treatment. We're asking for transparency and the opportunity to continue serving our families at the highest possible level and the chance to be involved in future conversations that directly affect how we serve students and family. Thank you, and thank you for your commitment to inclusion and equity.
Thank you so much. And for Trustee Henry, there are 7 other individuals in the audience here to support that comment. So thank you. Ms. Courtney Bevins, are you still in the audience? Courtney, how about Dr. Bemo, I have you for safety and site-based autonomy, and then Nicole Willis. Are you still in the audience? How about Miss Epperson? Did I get that right? Are you still in the audience? Okay, Miss Giles, I have you listed on this section. Okay, Dr. Bemo. Oh, Miss Cardell, where did you go?
Just wait.
I'm sorry. Please, was it you first? Yes. Okay, my apologies. Please proceed.
Good evening, trustees. Vicki Kreidel for the record, classroom educator. When I saw this in a news report, the Clark County School District has significantly reduced its teacher vacancies with only 280 open positions compared to 1,034 at the start of the previous year. I was floored. I need you to understand how incredibly disrespectful it is to your staff to see this in writing. Many of us were part of the group of educators and others who had their positions cut. I had my Reading Skills Center position cut due to the drastic cuts at my site, myself and 3 others in the Reading Skills Center. We also lost a classroom educator at every grade level at my school. I'm now in a 3rd grade. So although you undoubtedly added teachers and other employees, the reason you filled at such a high percentage is because many positions were cut. I understand this is a PR game, and you wanted to put out positive news, but did you consider it was like a gut punch to read that if you were one of the people who lost their position? In the future, let's move forward with more transparency. Think about how the news you put out might affect your employees as well when you're speaking about morale, not just the district's reputation. We all know the truth, and it certainly isn't a good look for CCSD to operate this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cardell, and thank you for letting Ms. Hurtado go first. That's where I got confused. So, Dr. Bimo.
Sorry. Good evening, Tiffany Beamel for the record. I'm talking about site-based autonomy and safety tonight, but I also threw in a couple of things about the contract because you said we could, right? For clarification. Okay, cool. All right. So teachers are taking on a number of extra duties, often without PERS credit, even though that work benefits our schools. If we are working, we should earn retirement credit for that work. I was told, incorrectly, but I have it in my speech, so I want to make sure I included that this is site-based. However, it is from the state or in our contract, and now everybody's confused in my group chat. So hopefully we can kind of get somebody to talk about that, because I know for a fact that there are teachers who are at school from 6 in the morning till 9 at night, 3 to 5 days a week, that deserve that extra PERS credit. There's also talk about PERS credit for prep cells, and that should be something that's considered as well. When you give up your prep and you're taking on extra classes because there are no subs or whatever the case may be, it should be, you're working, so you should be getting some sort of credit for that. We also must reduce the burden of mandatory trainings for veteran teachers. I heard this was site-based as well, and I was incorrect in that. These videos have grown in number, take days to complete, and rarely change. It's busy work that takes time from planning and teaching. It could be changed by having teachers have to do it every other year if you can pass the tests without any issues. Required after-school events must be scheduled reasonably. Leaving for 3 hours, returning for 3 hours, and then starting the next morning is crazy in any profession, unless you're an entertainer. I urge this board and district leadership to spend more time in classrooms, not just for photo opportunities, but to see the realities of teaching today. Visit crowded portables with 40+ students, PE classes of 80 or more, and the places where chaos is a daily challenge, specifically where we have no air conditioning and teachers are trying to make do with the temporary air conditioners from the district. Those visits reveal more than checking if success criteria or learning intentions are written on the whiteboard. Evaluations, if student perception counts toward teachers' evaluations, then staff and teacher perception should count toward administrator evaluations. This is not about targeting any one individual, my principal is excellent, but about ensuring equity, fairness, and accountability across the system. All administrators should not be highly effective. As we said earlier, 100% is never good. Finally, administrators with repeated complaints at the same school should not simply be reassigned. And in a time of severe issues, we must ask why some campuses have 8 or 9 administrators when fewer once managed effectively. Every extra administrative dollar is a dollar not spent in the classroom. In your own words, the public deserves balanced, transparent leadership, and it should reflect in the reality of our classrooms, not just the image we want to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. And then Ms. Coco, you're next.
Hello again, Jan Giles, President of ESEA. I apologize, I did not announce myself at my last comment, so I apologize for that. But I will go back to what I was saying about how here we are, and there's now an issue at translation services that changes are being made to their working conditions. ESEA has not been asked or given any input about the changes in their working condition, and this is their work, and they weren't even considered or asked about the changes that now they are being made. Their work is very demanding, and they should have been consulted. And so I wanted to add that I'm here for their support. And we would request that we would be considered to have input on their working condition changes. Also, regarding the issues that we have received calls on, support professionals, during the first 2 days that the 9-month employees were back, when students were not in school, they asked if they could do their annual videos that are required and due by December. Administrators told them no, that they had to do it on their own time. That is against our contract. They should be doing all of those videos on paid time. So again, schools administrators either one, don't know our contract, or somehow the messaging isn't being filtered down that support professionals should be doing those videos on contracted time. It seemed like I had something else to say, but I can't think of what it is, so I will yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. Coco, and then Claudia, are you still in the audience? You could come forth. Yes, Claudia Barnes. It would be, yes. Thank you. Coco, please proceed.
Madam President Bustamante, distinguished members of the board, Superintendent Everett. My name is Herjit Llenas. I go by Coco. And I'm one proud member of the translator and interpretation team under the ELL department. Last Friday, it was announced that we are no longer be remote workers, that we are forced to go into a site, 6, 7 at a time in a shared room to do our work. As a member of this team, I'm one of the newest one. I've been in the department for 3 years. Some of my coworkers have 20 years of experience. Since the beginning of this department, this was a remote position. And it has been a position that at the beginning was in-person meetings. With COVID became 100% virtual. After COVID became half and a half. And this team has exceptional flexibility and adaptability skills. I've seen them, and I include myself, receiving letters from many schools, teams of special ed people praising how hard they work, how devoted they are. And the level of professionalism of this team is beyond. I've worked in many places, and I'm still surprised at the level of commitment, devotion, and professionalism that this team displays. We hear a lot about being praised. We go to meetings and we hear, kudos, guys. We got no hundreds, but thousands of letters accumulated over years from everybody in the school district saying what a good work you do. And those are beautiful words. The reality is that the demands have been increasing. We were asked to produce more pages, and we did. We were asked to produce our work not in Spanish, which is wordier and produces more pages, but now it's in English. So now you have to produce more pages in the same number of pages that you produce in Spanish, but in English, which is considerably more work. There was a stipend that disappeared. There was a category 52 of our salary range that was downgraded. And over the course of the years, we've been asked to do more, and we are losing more and more rights. This change to work on a site and leave the silence, the concentration that home provides for us is in detriment not only to what the work we do, the silence, the concentration we need, but it's a detriment to the families as well. The confidentiality, the privacy, all of that is at risk right now. And we ask you to reconsider this decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Barnes, please proceed. And hold on for a second, just after that, I have Lynn Green. Are you still in the audience, Lynn Green? No? How about Teresa Collins? Teresa, are you still here? Okay, awesome. Ms. Barnes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Madam President, trustees, and community members. My name is Claudia Barnes, and I have had the pleasure of serving as an interpreter and translator of the department for the past 4 years, with a total of 15 years of dedicated service with the CCSD, and reaching out to share some of the thoughts and concerns regarding our recent transition from telework to on-site work. In the spirit of collaboration and with a hope to contribute to a smoother and more effective process for all involved. First, I would like to express a concern about the planning and implementation of the transition. The current approach does not appear to be fully considered the community distance of travel time for interpreters. For many of us, the extended commute not only adds personal expenses such as gas or vehicle maintenance, but also cuts into valuable time that could be used to address our our already growing backlog of writing translations. And additionally, since the position has traditionally functioned in a remote capacity, many of us have rely on our own personal resources to carry out our work efficiently. The shift to full-time on-site presence introduced a new cost, such as meals, fuel, and transportations. We were not anticipated. One suggestion I would like to offer is to explore the possibility of providing district vehicles like what is available to other CCSD employees who travel between sites to help ease this burden. I also want to highlight concerns regarding the work environment of the school sites. Our role requires a quiet and private setting to ensure accuracy and confidentiality, both for the writing work and the virtual meetings and in-person meetings. With family, school sites often has unavoidable disruptions like morning announcements, drills, and a high foot traffic, which make it difficult to maintain the focus and description of our job demands. Additionally, place 6 or more interpreters in a shared space may lead to unintentional distractions and potentially interpersonal conflicts, given a variety of work styles and space needs. The timing of this change also felt quite sudden. While I fully understand the need for flexibility and remain to commit to adapting, the short notice makes the adjustment particularly challenging. My concern is that these rapid shifts may inadvertently affect the quality of service we provide to our families and our school communities. Above all, I'm deeply concerned about our ability to maintain the same standards of quality, privacy, and confidentiality in the new work settings without the appropriate environmental support. We risk falling short in our responsibilities, which could ultimately impact on the families and the school staff as we serve, as well as our own professional well-being. That said, I firmly believe that with thoughtful planning and open communication, we can find a solution that supports both the needs of the districts and those on our team. I remain committed to the success of the department and to deliver the highest quality service to our students and their families. Thank you sincerely for taking the time to consider my thoughts.
Thank you so much. Ms. Collins, and then I believe Ms. Trussell. Are you still in the audience? No, after Ms. Trussell, then it's URSUS. Yes, you can come forth. Thank you. Please proceed, Ms. Collins.
Hi, my name is Teresa Danzy Collins. I'm a grandmother, which has been traumatized this week. It was a bad week. Monday, I took my granddaughter to school for her to catch the bus home. So the bus comes, she doesn't get off the bus. I called transportation at Bob, whatever his name is, Bob, what's his name is? Bob Miller, I'm sorry. At Bob Miller. I'm new here. We just moved here. I moved my family here from Indiana. And I called the lady, and I was like, oh, well, my granddaughter didn't get off the bus. She said, well, okay, I'll call transportation and see where she is. They called transportation. She called me right back. She said, well, she's still on the bus. They're going to bring her back. But little does she know, we have practiced this. You know, this is where your bus stop is, which is too far from our apartment complex. It's the same street. Take one stop and then go to the next one. I don't understand. But anyways, she was lost, and she was on the bus still there. Okay, day 2. I take my granddaughter to school again. She's hesitating about the bus. I said, get on the bus, August. It's going to be okay. Granny going to be there waiting for you at the bus stop. She never gets off the bus. I called transportation again. This lady is telling me, oh, well, let me call, and I'll call you back. The same thing from the first day. So they had that night, the Monday night, they told her that you're the last stop. So make sure you get off at the last stop. That's your stop. Okay, mind you that the next day, more kids have came, and it's more stops at the end. So my granddaughter ends up getting off the bus at the last stop, was at Royal Grande, a ways from our apartment. And she's hot, she's crying, it's 112 degrees. She just happened to think, which we have talked about, calling that 911 emergency number when something's wrong, when her phone just clicked out. So the police pinged her phone. I called the lady. I was like, hey, my granddaughter haven't made it home again. She said, okay, well, she calls me back. Then she says, oh, well, she's on the bus driver from there. He didn't. The police brought her back because she pinged her phone. That's the only way she got found. I'm just saying, I don't want this to happen to nobody else's kid. I almost had a heart attack, I'm telling you. That is the hardest thing. I've been a bus driver for 15 years in Indiana. That would never happen. It's just, it's like, she didn't care. She was like nonchalant. Then I called her up and said, well, the police just called me right after you hung up. So she's like, well, it was a whole long drag out, but I just want a little more concern about these little kids. She's a 10-year-old for real. I treat her like a 10-year-old, not no grown kid. She's 10, and she's in the 6th grade. You know, so I'm like, please, 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 where's the granddaughter? Then the police come, and she was still upset. He tried to calm her down, and then at the end of the day, she's home, but now how can I get her back on the bus? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. And then help me pronounce your name.
Ursus.
Oh, sorry, hold on. Sorry.
In Spanish.
Sí, lo puede hacer. Ok, lo puede decir en español, por favor.
Ready? Okay, good evening, everyone, for everyone present here, and also Madam President, Vice President, Secretary, and all members of the board, as well as the superintendent for the school district. My name is Uso Cardoso. I'm also working for the Department of Translation and Interpretation of the school district, and I am here to address the same concern that my colleagues previously, the 3 of them, had already addressed with you. So I'm not going to touch bases again with the same issues. But I'm going to say that the day we were given these new changes, it was based on the efficiency. We were told that the district was moving to be more efficient, and that's why we were moving to a portable with 6 other colleagues together. So I wonder, how more efficient can that be, being in a portable with 6 other colleagues trying to interpret for parents in virtual meetings, not in-person meetings. In-person meetings are not impacted by that. But the virtual meeting, which is the majority of the meetings, are. How can that be more efficient than having one interpreter with no noise interference doing the meeting virtually in a location which was home before? It could be a school, but we won't be alone. We will have other interpreters. And I need to say one thing. Our leadership from our department has been doing everything possible to accommodate us, to provide us with headsets. Myself, I cannot wear a headset. It might trigger headaches, migraines, nausea, vomiting. There is no way I can do that. So, to me, the efficiency the school district is looking for that we were taught about is also being impacted. We are way more efficient being alone in a room providing the services of interpretation to the families than with 7 other colleagues in a portable, which I don't know how big it is, providing the same services and having to wear headsets and stuff like that. So the rest of my time, I yield it to the next person. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Tabitha Calvin, are you still in the room? Tabitha, thank you. And then Leslie Quinn, are you still in the room? Thank you. If you could come forth. Either one, just pick, yeah. Ms. Calvin, please proceed.
Good evening. Sorry. I work at Cowan Sunset High School, and on Tuesday, August 5th, 2025, just after 3:20 p.m., when we were open for enrollment for parents and students to come in and enroll in school, I was in my office, and I heard sirens right outside of my portable, and I looked outside my door to the right, and I saw police officers with their guns drawn just outside of my door. And they said, "Put the gun down." So I looked to where their guns were pointing, which was to the left of me. And I saw a woman in street clothes with a gun by her side, and she said, "I'm going to kill you." And she raised the gun, and right then I closed the door and ran to the corner of the portable in the back of my room, and I laid on my stomach. I called my boss, Miss Briner, and I told her what was going on. She said she was going to call Matt, the office manager, and tell him. Then I called my sister back east and told her what was happening because I wanted her to know what was going on in case I died. She could notify the rest of my family. I stayed on the phone with my sister until I heard Matt speaking outside the door. He said, "I'm going to go in here," and I could see his feet under the door jamb from where I was laying. I asked, "Is that you, Matt?" And he said, "Yes." I asked him, "Is it okay to open the door?" And he said, "Yes." So I let him in, and he told me that they were having a scenario, and I asked, "What do you mean a scenario?" And he said, "A mock scenario." And I asked, "Why didn't anybody tell me?" He said the police department notified the administration, and they will be doing this for the next few days. It was confirmed by the ESEA that the police did notify the day school principal, Mr. Mendez, of Cowan Academic Center. Nobody notified me that this was going to be going on right outside of my door. I feel like this could have been very easily avoided by just a staff notification, and I hope nothing like this ever happens again, as this was terrifying to me, and I still feel traumatized from the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Calvin. Ms. Quinn, and then after Ms. Quinn, Ms. Olmos.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Leslie Quinn. Nothing or no one should be immune to the scrutiny of parents, the community, or CCSD trustees. After all, it is Clark County residents' tax dollars that pay everyone's salary here. I believe CCSD's enrollment will continue to decline if parents do not see the changes needed to gain your trust. DEI is not wanted in education by the majority of parents. It's core subjects that should be the focus, not validating sexuality choices. I encourage CCSD to take a more aggressive approach to neutralize classrooms from political agendas. While unity should be the goal at CCSD, it is not what is going on, especially when there are teacher librarians like Nicole Beers who attack CCSD trustees on social media and file police reports against trustees Dominguez and Biasotti for their conservative values. Also, viral posts against the trustees on Libs at TikTok reached a number of CCSD parents. It would be good for CCSD to print a statement of the inappropriate actions against the trustees. Anyone teaching students should not be taking part in this type of behavior. It is unhealthy and evidence of someone who is unsafe to be around children. September 17th, U.S. Constitution Day and Citizens Day is in a few weeks. On another note, I urge CCSD educators to teach children where they came from so they know where they are going. Teach students about the U.S. Constitution and the true history of America for more than just one day. The ability to teach someone else's child is a gift that has been entrusted to you. Please be mindful of that. Students like Jonathan Lewis, a special needs student at Rancho High School, he had reported bullying to the staff at the school weeks before his demise. He was beaten to death by the same students he complained about. The person in charge at Rancho High, Darlene Delgado, touted as a visionary leader, tell that to Jonathan Lewis's parents. This visionary leadership did not address Jonathan Lewis's outcry for help against bullies weeks prior to being beaten to death at Rancho High School. And now, without question, delay, or property input from the community and trustees, Ms. Delgado is back. I wonder, will other children be ignored when they ask for help against bullying under Ms. Delgado's leadership? Please reverse Ms. Delgado's rehiring and allow a more qualified candidate to fill the position. Bad company corrupts good morals. Thank you.
Thank you. Misty, if you please proceed. And then, actually, that's not necessary. Thank you. Ms. Jones, are you still in the audience? No? Yes? Yes, you are. Thank you. Ms. Olmos, please proceed.
Is it on? Hi, I'm Misty Olmos, Secretary Treasurer for ESCA. Good evening. I'm going to condense this so we can get out of here. On behalf of ESCA, I am writing to formally express our strong opposition to the proposed relocation of CCSD translators for their current home offices to various district offices. This decision raises serious concerns regarding both the welfare of our students and our families and potential violation of Nevada Revised Statute NRS 288.150. NRS 288.150 affirms the right to employees to engage in collective bargaining over the matter concerning their work conditions. The relocation of translators from their current office structure to the district location without proper consultation or negotiations with their bargaining unit appears to circumvent the spirit and possibly the letter of the statute. Any unilateral decision affecting work locations, collaboration practice, and employee safety should be subject to bargaining. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Olmos. Ms. Jones, and then Eva. Eva, Sarah, are you in still? Okay, awesome. Please proceed.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Jadasha Jones. I stand before you today as a mother and the chair of Moms for Liberty. As you know, the Supreme Court has released a decision in Muhammad v. Taylor, which will affect each and every school district in the county. The court has held that when Montgomery County MD Public School refused to opt out children out of K through 5 curriculum, their children objected to violated the First Amendment free exercise clause. Justice Alto wrote that mandating our young children to engage with these materials presented as normative and cultural, subjective, informative, with parents' rights to raise their children according to their sincerity held beliefs. And the schools crossed a constitutional line by conditioning a public education on acceptance on viewpoints conflicting with their families' faith. What does this mean for our district? First, the school district should provide clear advance notification to parents for an upcoming lessons covering the topics of gender identity, sexuality, or other related themes. Second, parents have the right to opt out their children without penalty or stigma from specific lessons that conflict with the religious convictions and district policies, which must be aligned. Third, each child who opt out should be given meaningful, eloquent educational opportunities, ensuring they don't fall behind while respecting family beliefs. Fourth, teachers will need guidance to handle opt-out sensitivity and to be implemented alternative lessons professionally. This ruling doesn't ban these materials nor does it restrict academic freedom. Rather, it enforces parental rights, ensures families can agree or disagree with specific content presented to their children. I urge the district to swiftly align its policies with this decision, ensuring transparency, respect, and balance moving forward. We need items that opt out in every aspect for parents that do not want to be taught with LGBT or DEI, CRT across the board. Moms for Liberty has those documents and we'll be happy to share them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Eva Sarah, right? And then we'll close out. Cyrus, you'll be our last person if you can come up. And that's my fault because I didn't close public comment. And so I'm going to, with that, you'll be our last person. So, and please help me to pronounce your last name for the record.
Landau, Landau.
Please proceed.
Good evening, Superintendent and members of the Board of Trustees. Thank you for allowing me to speak here. I stand before you as a member of Moms for Liberty to address the recent rehiring and promotion of Darlene Delgado, the former principal of Rancho High School, to the position of School Associate Superintendent in the Clark County School District. As you know, Ms. Delgado served as a principal at Rancho High School. This came just 2 months after the tragic beating death of 17-year-old student Jonathan Lewis, Jr. on November 1st, 2023, in a layoff near the school. Jonathan was attacked by a group of teens, suffered severe head trauma, and died a week later from these injuries. 10 students face murder charges in connection with this horrific incident, which shocked our community to its core. Despite the ongoing question about the school's handling of safety and the aftermath of this tragedy, including a lawsuit filed by Jonathan's mothers against the district early this year, Ms. Delgado has now been rehired in a higher administrative role. Why was she promoted? The decision appeared to overlook the lingering concern from the period, including how the school addressed violence and support its community in the wake of such a loss. It seemed the needs of the broader community were not considered, nor was the pain of Jonathan Lewis' family, who continued to seek accountability. We have personally spoke with many teachers and administrators who worked under Ms. Delgado at Rancho. They are deeply disappointed by this rehiring and scared about what it signals for leadership and safety in our schools. These are dedicated professionals who witnesses the fallout firsthand and fear a lack of real change. I'm not here speaking for a student, but for the administrations as a whole. We deserve leaders who prioritize transparency, safety, and healing. I urge you to reconsider this decision and engage more fully with those affected. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last person?
Do I push oh, it's on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Cyrus Hojati. Thank you for having me. It is a great pleasure, and thank you for being here at this time. Correct me if I'm wrong, but following the incidents of Jonathan Lewis, the tragedy that's happened to him, and many other red flag incidents we've seen where those two teens run over that retired cop on his bicycle, following the incident happened to the judge being, attacked in the courtroom. These are a lot of red flags, and I do feel a lot of signs show that this cultural trend that we have is clearly an anti-white, anti-straight, and anti-male agenda, not just running through academia, through mass media, through a lot of different sectors of our society, double standards. And if you look at the Las Vegas Valley as a whole, I showed a video on my channel from MGM and Caesars, Project Veritas or James O'Keefe, exposed how these companies, MGM and Caesars, are using double standards and using DEI quotas for hiring. And this is the thing. This whole system, can't you see it's really becoming more dysfunctional by the time? We've seen vast demographic changes in the Las Vegas Valley for the last 40 years. And what do we see as a result? More kids will pull out, seek alternative education. More people will move to states like Idaho and Montana. Heck, have you heard of Return to the Land, a planned neighborhood that's being done in Northwest Arkansas? I believe that more of these incidents occur, you're going to see more of these occurrences. And really my portion that I'm very upset is this whole establishment, Wall Street, hedge funds. This has had massive control in the unions that have a lot of power influence here in Clark County. The massive amounts of casino executives, real estate developers, politicians, our political machine. Gaming revenue is declining significantly, and I'm very concerned that potentially we're going to see more tax increases in order to save our schools. But in reality, this is really a symptom of an establishment that we've had for the last 40 years that it's clearly not working. It's affected every segment of our economy.
Some of the things that you're speaking about are not in our jurisdiction, so if I could help you focus.
I understand that, but I'm just saying that this is an octopus, and one of the legs is infecting is Clark County Unified School District. We have an elite power structure that controls basically every aspect of our economy. And my concern, last but not least, is that I don't believe Western civilization is the enemy. Many of our hotel and casino themes are European influenced. And I just want to know, where's the future going to go? How are we going to contain this system? We are projected to release more federal lands. Hundreds of thousands of people are projected to move to the outskirts of Clark County. Are we going to have the same county, municipalities, school districts? We need to be talking about this because every aspect it is showing that things are clearly not working and they are dysfunctional, and I oppose these double standards. And we appreciate and thank you for giving me some extra time. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to 501, upcoming meeting of the Board of Trustees, Tuesday, August 19th, 2025 at 5 p.m. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan.
I will make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I have a first, Trustee Cavazos.
I will second that motion.
I have a first and a second. Please cast your votes. Trustee Henry.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Have a good evening.